moved by the majority leader. After that procedural motion, I will give the House 1 hour to eulogize our departed colleague from Emurua Dikirr. We'll tell you the time allocated to whoever is given the privilege to speak. So members on their feet there, take your seats, the nearest seats. Honorable members, allow me to make the following communication in relation to the demise of the member for Emurua Dikirr Constituency, the late Honorable Ngong Ngeno Ole CBS MP. Honorable members, you may recall that on Saturday, 28 February 2026, I did notify all honorable members and the general public of the untimely and tragic demise of the Member of Parliament for Emurua Dikirr Constituency, the late Honorable Ngong Ngeno Ole CBS MP. The late member lost his life in a helicopter crash on the evening of Saturday, 28 February 2026 in Chepkiep area, Mosop constituency, Nandi County. He passed on alongside 5 other occupants of the ill-fated helicopter, namely Lieutenant Colonel retired George Were, who was flying the helicopter, Mr. Nicholas Kiplangat Kosgei, a personal aide and photographer, Mr. Amos Kipngetich Rotich, a young Kenya Forest Service officer, Mr. Robert Kipkoech Wuketer, an aide, and Mr. Wycliffe Kiprotich Rono, who was also an aide to the member. Until his untimely demise, the late Honorable Ngong Ngeno was serving his 3rd consecutive term in Parliament, having been first elected in 2013. Honorable members, the late Honorable Ngeno was born on 12th December 1972 in Narok County and attended Mogondo Primary School until 1987. He thereafter proceeded to Maseno National School for his secondary education, which he completed in 1991. The late Honorable Ngeno pursued his higher education at Kyiv TSN University in Ukraine from 2003 to 2006, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree in International Law. Upon his return to Kenya, he advanced his academic pursuits, earning a Master of Arts in International Studies from the University of Nairobi in 2010, and Bachelor of Laws degree from the Mount Kenya University in 2014. His academic and professional journey reached a defining milestone in September 2025 following his admission to the bar as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, fulfilling a long-held professional dream. Honorable members, prior to his entry into elective politics, the late Honorable Ngeno served as a director at the Agricultural Development Corporation, ADC, from 2008 to 2012, gaining experience in public sector management and administration. When he transitioned to elective politics and joined the 11th Parliament in 2013, the late Honorable Ngeno immediately began showcasing his leadership strengths and passion to advocate for the electorate and serve the nation. During the 11th Parliament, between 2013 and 2017, he dedicatedly served as a member of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and the Public Investments Committee. In the 12th Parliament from 2017 to 22, the late Honorable Ngeno served in the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, the National Government Constituency Development Fund NGCDF Committee, and the Committee of Powers and Privileges. Honorable members, those of you who knew the late Honorable Ngeno will agree with me that as a legislator, he believed and invested in continuous leadership growth, as evidenced by his steady rise to leadership influence in the House. Indeed, until his demise, he had risen to the position of chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, a role he discharged with distinction. He was also a dedicated member of the Liaison Committee. As the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, he was instrumental in the processing of legislation on affordable housing, which was a significant contribution to the actualization of housing and settlement pillar under the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Honorable members, as testament to his legislative proactiveness, the Honorable Member had sponsored the Quantity Surveyors Bill 2026, which was published on 20th February 2026. This bill seeks to establish the Institute of Quantity Surveyors to regulate the practice of quantity surveying in the country. The introduction of this bill underscores his commitment to the strengthening of professionalism and standards within the sector. Regrettably, the bill was yet to be introduced in the House. It is my hope that the Procedure and House Rules Committee will explore procedural avenues for legislative business continuity in the event of premature exit of the sponsors. Honorable members, since joining Parliament in 2013, the late Honorable Ngeno has maintained a close connection with the people of Emurua Dikirr, serving them with passion. He was a strong advocate for education, facilitating the provision of school buses to several institutions and ensuring the timely disbursement of NGCDF bursaries to needy students within his constituency. Honorable Ngeno was also deeply engaged in community welfare, selflessly supporting vulnerable families facing hardship, and playing a key role in mediating inter-community conflicts in his cosmopolitan constituency. Honorable members, in recognition of his astute leadership, contribution to nation building and marshalling the legislative business of the House, the late Honorable Ngeno was conferred the Chief of the Order of the Burning Spear CBS by the President in 2023. Honorable members, the late Honorable Ngeno truly appreciated African culture and passionately promoted the cultural activities, local talents, and the welfare of local artists. He was the founder and patron of the Kalenjin Music Festival, an annual event that will enter its 4th edition this year. For the record, the tragic helicopter crash ended his life when he was returning home from Endebess, where he had graced the 35th anniversary of local artist Kim Kim's music. In his demise, the institution of Parliament, and indeed the whole nation, has lost a devoted legislator, servant of the people, a problem solver, a mentor, an advocate for justice, and above all, a paragon of courage. On behalf of the House, the Parliamentary Service Commission, and on my own behalf, I convey our heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of the late Ngeno and the 5 individuals who also lost their lives alongside him. Honorable members, in order to accord a befitting send-off to our departed colleague and the 5 other victims, I have constituted an ad hoc committee of Parliament to plan the funeral and coordinate the arrangements. The committee comprises the following members: Honorable Julius Meli, CBS MP, Chairperson and Team Leader; Honorable Mugambi Rindikiri, CBS MP, Vice Chairperson; Honorable Julius Sunguli, GHMP; Honorable Oscar Sude, MP; Honorable Brighton Yegon, CBS MP; Honorable Engineer Mark Nyamita, MP; Honorable Gadoni Wamshomba, HSC MP; Honorable Kitilai Olenduto, MP; Honorable Rebecca Tonke, MP; Honorable Kakai Bisau, MP; Honorable Joseph Cherorot, MP; Honorable Victor Koech, MP, and in consultation with the Speaker of the Senate, we have the following 3 senators in the committee: the Honorable Senator Wafula Wakoli, CBS MP; Senator Hilary Sigei, CBS MP; and Senator Eddie Okech, MP. Honorable members, to celebrate the life and legacy of the late Honorable Ngeno, a requiem service will be held tomorrow, Wednesday, 4th March 2026, at the African Gospel Church, AGC Karen, starting at, I thought it was 9 a.m. Has it been changed? Starting 9 a.m., not 11 as is written here. In fact, members, I encourage you, if you pass the motion that is coming, not to sit tomorrow. Those of us who want to be in that requiem mass, be seated at this church by 8:30 so that we are able to start the program by 9 to finish in time to come back for the afternoon sitting. Thereafter, after the service, bodies of the late Ngeno and the 5 other victims will be transported to Narok on Thursday, 5th March 2026 for service at Emurua Dikirr Primary School, Narok County. This will be followed by the funeral service and interment at his rural home in Emurua Dikirr on Friday, 6th March 2026. Consequently, honorable members, this afternoon the House Business Committee has resolved to suspend business for the morning sitting of Wednesday, 4th March 2026 to allow members to attend the requiem service. You will indeed be aware by now that a supplementary order paper has been published to facilitate a motion to suspend the sitting for tomorrow morning. Finally, honorable members, permit me to record the thanks of the House to the County Government of Narok, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Government, and to all those who went above and beyond the call of duty to facilitate airlifting of the bodies of the deceased from Nandi to Nairobi. I also thank honorable members who have visited and continue to condole and fellowship with the family and friends of the late Honorable Ngeno. Honorable members, this morning I visited the home with a team of about 25 members to condole with the family, and it does happen that the father-in-law of the Honorable Ngeno is one of our former colleagues, the Honorable Stephen Olendutu, who served with me in this House and in the first Senate after the 2010 Constitution, and is also a brother to one of our colleagues, Sikilai Olendutu. Honorable members, in honor of our departed colleague, the Honorable Jonathan Ngeno Kipyegon, CBS MP, and those who perished alongside him, I request that we all be upstanding and observe a moment of silence. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Amen. I thank you. Go back to order number 8.
Order number 8, procedural motion. Resolution not to hold a Wednesday morning sitting.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 30, and in honor of the late member for Emurua Dikirr Constituency, the Honorable Johanna Ngeno, CBS MP, and the other 5 distinguished Kenyans who lost their lives alongside him through a tragic helicopter accident on Saturday, 28 February 2026, this House resolves that 1, not to hold a morning sitting on Wednesday, 4th March 2026, so as to accord the House the opportunity to attend the requiem service for the departed distinguished Kenyans, and 2, to resume sittings on the afternoon of Wednesday, 4th March 2026. Honorable Speaker, this is just a procedural motion as you have just communicated in your communication to allow members to attend the requiem service tomorrow at AGC Karen, as you have communicated, Honorable Speaker, in your communication, beginning 9, or rather we are all expected to be seated at the service in church at 8:30 so that the service can begin at 9. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it will not be possible for us to be able to split ourselves, some to be at the service and others to be sitting here. And the House Business Committee resolved that we have this procedural motion not to have a sitting in the morning and to resume at 2:30 after the requiem service, so that we may have time to pray with the family and also to eulogize our departed colleague and the other 5 passengers of that ill-fated chopper. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. And as I move, Honorable Speaker, just in the interest of time, because I am almost certain you will allow the House some time to send our condolences. Allow me to use this opportunity to convey my very deep condolences to the family of Johanna Ngeno, the wife, the children, and his entire family in Emurua Dikirr, and also the family, as you indicated.
Are you signing away your right to speak after this motion?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I thought I could do that now.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying, as you have also indicated, our colleague Ntutu, Kitilai, and the entire Ntutu family, who are in-laws to Honorable Ngeno, to convey on my own behalf, on behalf of my family and the people of Kikuyu, and indeed the entire House, Honorable Speaker, our very deep condolences to Honorable Ngeno's family and the families of the other departed passengers who are with him, including Captain Were. Honorable Speaker, Captain Were is someone I knew very well, and I've flown with him. And Honorable Speaker, even yourself, you remember, only a week ago, the other weekend, I was somewhere with you, and you flew back, you flew from where we were to Western Kenya with Captain Were. And Captain Were was a very experienced captain, someone who served in armed forces, left the armed forces and get into civilian aviation, and has done very well in his career, and was a very careful and dedicated officer in his service as a captain. Honorable Speaker, one of the other gentlemen, the teacher Carlos, who is fondly referred to as Mwalimu Carlos, his name is Keter. I knew Mwalimu Carlos in 2016-2017. Honorable Speaker, I was together with the Senate Leader of Majority in the 2017 campaigns. We were designated by the then president to go and campaign in Narok County. And I spent a lot of time in Emurua Dikirr. And Carlos is a gentleman because he was a campaign manager for the man who was running against Johanna Ngeno, who was organizing all our rallies in Emurua Dikirr, wherever we went there. And we put up a spirited campaign, but Johanna Ngeno put a very strong defense. And even with the Jubilee wave in 2017, Johanna Ngeno on a canoe ticket trounced us, and we lost that election. And I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because Carlos was the one who was running the campaign of the other Keter who was running against Johanna in 2017. And as fate would have it, years later, Carlos made up with Johanna, and that speaks to the person that Johanna Ngeno was. He held no grudges against anybody. They made up, and in fact, Honorable Speaker, I dare say that Carlos was recently recruited by TSC, and the Member of Parliament for Emurua Dikirr, Honorable Johanna Ngeno, had a big hand in helping him to get recruited by TSC as a teacher. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I am speaking of people I know in person, the Honorable Ngeno, Captain Were, Mwalimu Carlos, Keter, fine gentlemen whom we have lost. And it's indeed very sad for all the families. And I convey my condolences to all of them, all the 6 families who have lost loved ones. Honorable Speaker, Johanna Ngeno, as I said, we campaigned against him in 2017. And I remember, and I was sharing with his, at his home yesterday, when he came back to this house in 2017, after the 2017 elections, we were friends before, because we joined this house together in 2013, and we continued with our friendship. And I remember challenging him and telling him, the only reason why I campaigned against you were 2 reasons. 1, because you are still single. 2, and you have the energy to fight. 2, because you are on another party against Jubilee.
Order. The member, is it from Isiolo? Walk to the bar and do what is necessary. Even in the middle of excitement, don't violate House rules.
Honorable Speaker, you must forgive Honorable Momina. She crossed the floor in excitement. You know, she just delivered a seat to UDA in Isiolo South, together with the other members for Isiolo. So she's very excited. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, Honorable Ngeno, as I said of him, never held grudges against anybody. And I remember when we came back after the 2017 elections, we, together with a few colleagues, including my good friend here, Honorable Nelson Koech, we told Honorable Ngeno, you have completed 1 term of parliament as a bachelor. You cannot continue being a bachelor. And he told us, watch this space. And I'm glad that within the last parliament, the Honorable Ngeno found a good wife and married the love of his life. Is a widow now, Naina Ntutu, and Honorable Nelson Ngeno, Nelson Koech, whom we had challenged Ngeno with, was the best man in that wedding. It's sad, Honorable Speaker, that now the widow and the children are left without a father and a husband, and the people of Emurua Dikirr have been left without a very dedicated leader. A person who would go to any length to fight for his people, defend their rights, and more importantly, to make sure that he delivers for them as a member of parliament in terms of development. And Honorable Ngeno has done exemplary well. For those who had been to Emurua Dikirr when it was the larger Kilgoris, and the member for Kilgoris will bear me witness. Before that constituency was split between Kilgoris and Emurua Dikirr. It was a very large constituency, and therefore previous members of parliament had a difficulty trying to develop the entire constituency as it were. But Honorable Ngeno has done exemplary well as a member of parliament in his 3 terms as parliament. And I say that because I was in Emurua Dikirr late last year at the invitation of Ngeno for his bursary award program, and as he handed over a number of school buses to schools. And the people of Emurua Dikirr were very proud of the performance of their member of parliament and the strong defender of their rights that he was. This House, Honorable Speaker, the people of Emurua Dikirr, his family, and indeed the entire country is poorer without Honorable Ngeno in our midst. And we will celebrate his life as we mourn him. And I want to pray, Honorable Speaker, that as we mourn Honorable Ngeno, Ngeno was a peacemaker. And Ngeno had never in any way entertained ethnicity. And I remember, Honorable Speaker, and you'll see even in his clips, I was watching a number of his clips, and everywhere he spoke against ethnicity. And he was a unifying leader. I pray, Honorable Speaker, that as we mourn him and as we lay him to rest towards the end of this week, we will emulate Honorable Ngeno in his standing as a leader, in his unifying character, and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, that we all remember the families, not just of Honorable Ngeno, that of Were, Carlos, and the other departed compatriots and countrymen who lost their lives on Saturday evening, Honorable Speaker. And in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, let us also mourn and celebrate their lives, bearing in mind that they have families that are hurting. And I say this, Speaker, because I know I just lost a relative last year, some months ago. I know what it feels, and many of you know, those of you who have lost relatives. It is unfair and rather callous for any one of us who purports to be a leader to be using the death of any Kenyan for political gain. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, because I saw the pain of the family, of the widow, of Ngeno's relatives and those of Carlos and others, having to learn of his passing on from a careless statement by a leader at a political rally in Nyahururu. Honorable Speaker, it's not just shameful, it's so callous of any leader, even before the immediate family gets to know of the loss of a loved one. You are there in a political rally announcing their death. It's shameful, Honorable Speaker. And how I wish, and I described people here, Honorable Speaker, 2 years ago, saying there was a dark man with a very black heart. I am vindicated, Honorable Speaker. I am vindicated. This is a dark man with a very black and dark heart and soul. Somebody who has no feeling, no respect for family, no respect for anybody. Somebody who scavenged on anything, including death, to try and drive or get some political capital. Shame on you. That you should use the departure of one of us to do your cheap ethnic-based politics, or even imagine that you can incite one sub-tribe against another or one community against another. Honorable Speaker, I say that because it was really hurting. Honorable Speaker, you were at Ngeno's house this morning. You saw how distraught that family is. It's sad that somebody who purports to be a leader, and I don't know of what because he leads nothing, can use such an opportunity to be seen like you are celebrating the passing on of another human being. That is what a man with a black heart does. That is what those with dark souls do. And I'll say shame unto them as we mourn our colleague and the 5 other Kenyans who lost their lives, including our friend Captain Nwere, who I have said, Honorable Speaker, was a very dedicated captain, very careful, and let us not speculate on the cause of the death or the accident. Let us allow the air traffic accident investigators to do their work. But also, let us also exercise caution wherever we are moving on the roads, the air, and be aware of our surroundings, including the weather patterns, especially around this rainy season. Honorable Speaker, allow me to end it there, and I beg to move. And may the souls of our departed colleague and the 5 other passengers rest in eternal peace. And may God Almighty give comfort to their families and rest their souls in eternal peace for those who have left us. I beg to move and request the Honorable Osoro to second.
Osoro.
And he may also use his time like mine.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Much less time, 3 minutes.
I will try, Honorable Speaker. I want to sign off my rights also to speak after this motion is passed, and use this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to also condole with the families of the departed souls of our great Kenyans, from our colleague, the Honorable Ngong Ngeno, and the 5 that were with him. Honorable Speaker, the 6 that left us, and like we say, went to be with the Lord, at least out of the 6, 3 are known to me personally. And one, I would start, Honorable Speaker, with the young man who is a cameraman by the name Nick. In several occasions, Honorable Speaker, we've shared platforms with the Honorable Ngong Ngeno, and at times when I don't tag along with my cameraman, we use Nick to take us photos across, of course, and share with us, Honorable Speaker. And on that particular day, the Honorable Ngong Ngeno had actually asked my cameraman to accompany him to an event, but it happened that my cameraman was in Kisii, and he had to maneuver away to carry his. So the young man is well known to me, and it's very, very sad. I say that his soul rests in peace. Honorable Speaker, I'm also known, the late George Were is also well known to me. He's flown me on several occasions. In fact, in the very last event that we shared with the Honorable Johanna Ngeno, Honorable Speaker, I flew with the Honorable Meli from my constituency. Because Emurua Dikirr, Honorable Speaker, is just one constituency away from mine. It is South Mogrango, then Kilgoris, where the Honorable Sunkuli comes from, and then Emurua Dikirr, Honorable Speaker. And so we are too close. When you fly from my constituency to his place, it's just about 6 minutes flight to get to his place. Honorable Speaker, George has flown several of us, and it's quite sad that at the tail end of his career, even as he sought to retire completely, he passed on in that cruel manner. May his soul rest in peace. But finally, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Johanna Ngeno. Many things will be said about Johanna Ngeno, like you would hear several members say. But there is one thing, Honorable Speaker, that stands out about Johanna Ngeno, is courage and his stand for social justice. Honorable Speaker, you've heard a story that the Honorable Nelson Koech was his best man in his wedding in 2018. But I would say, Honorable Speaker, that when we go to this house, and in the discussion about the leadership of this house, when we had a discussion in Naivasha about the leadership of this house, it happened that Nelson Koech was meant to sit on this seat that I'm sitting, Honorable Speaker. And there was a discussion on mamas across, within the sectors of the political spectrum, Honorable Speaker, in Naivasha. But the Honorable Johanna Ngeno, Honorable Speaker, even having known that Nelson Koech was his best man, came to me and told me, I stand for social justice, and I want you to take over this seat and not Nelson Koech, Honorable Speaker. And that is why today I'm here. We would eventually become very close friends, and myself, the Honorable Owen Bayer, the Honorable Johanna Ngeno formed a group together of couples that we could visit each other often, Honorable Speaker. And it's quite sad today that we mourn a great man that has been fighting for social justice across, and he's died. He's gone, Honorable Speaker, at the point of his, passion, where he stood for the young people who are, using their talents to do several things and to, for social capital. For economical value, using their talent. He's been traversing across the Rift Valley, Honorable Speaker, and even Gusii region, Honorable Speaker, supporting artists. We have lost a great man, and looking at the mood of this House, Honorable Speaker, it goes without saying that the Honorable Ngeno really invested in social capital. That is why you see several members really pained and touched by his demise. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of South Mogrango, on behalf of my family, on behalf of this House and the entire country, I want to convey my deepest condolences and say, may the Honorable Ngeno's soul rest in eternal peace, and I beg to second, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that, pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 30 and in honor of the late member for Emurua Dikirr Constituency, the Honorable Johanna Ngeno CBS MP, and the 5 distinguished Kenyans who died alongside him through a tragic helicopter accident on Saturday, 28 February 2026, this House resolves, 1, not to hold a morning sitting on Wednesday, 4th March 2026, so as to accord the House the opportunity to attend the requiem service for the departed distinguished Kenyans, and 2, to resume sittings on the afternoon of Wednesday, 4th March 2026. You put the question? Yes. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 30, and in honor of the late member for Emurua Dikirr Constituency, the Honorable Johanna Ngeno CBS MP, and the 5 distinguished Kenyans who died alongside him through a tragic helicopter accident on Saturday, 28 February 2026, this House resolves, 1, not to hold a morning sitting on Wednesday, 4th March 2026, so as to accord the House the opportunity to attend the requiem service for the departed distinguished Kenyans, and 2, to resume sittings on the afternoon of Wednesday, 4th March 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members will then allow you to eulogize the late Ngeno and his colleagues who perished with him. The House Business Committee had indicated that we give you 2 minutes each, if not 3, because I want to assign this to 1 hour and 5 minutes ending at 4:30. Bukose, 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to send my condolences to the people of Emurua Dikirr, having been with the Honorable Ngong Ngeno in Endebess just before the tragic accident. Honorable Speaker, it is still a very sad memory to me that the Honorable member came to my place, and I've been accompanying him in this journey of supporting talents, especially in the North Rift region, Mount Elgon, and all the way to Uganda. Whenever he comes, normally we plan on him not going back. I even get a court to slaughter, and then he can at least spend around. But this time, things took the worst of the turn as it happened. I have no words to say, Honorable Speaker, but what I would only say is that Honorable Ngeno was a great man. He supported people without discrimination. He supported very low people, especially our artists. And he gave his, and even in his life, I think he gave it to these artists as he came to support Kim, who is my constituent, where we were able to raise some money to support him. And really, still a very sad day. I'm still in shock for what happened, having been a very close person to me. May his soul rest in eternal peace until we meet again. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my own behalf and on behalf of my family and the constituents of Kathiani, I also rise to give my condolences to the family, friends, constituents of Emurua Dikirr of the late Ngong Ngeno. Mr. Speaker, Ngong Ngeno was a fine gentleman, and I was privileged to have served with him for 3 consecutive terms in this parliament. Very politician, very strong defender of the people, and many times we've seen him even confronting the police when they seemed to be harassing and hurting the people that he represents. So this country has lost a great leader, Mr. Speaker, and it is quite a sad moment. I just want to urge that as this very painful time passes, that those that are involved in making sure that they investigate these accidents do it in a quick manner so that we can allay any fears or any possibility of mischief. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the majority leader when he was moving the previous motion, when he said that we have to be very careful not to politicize such issues. But Mr. Speaker, it was also shocking to listen to the majority leader himself, because he spent a lot of time demonizing the second deputy president. He spent almost all his time calling him a black man, a man with a black heart. I mean, that also was also politicizing these situations. I think it is, what is good for the goose is good for the gander, and he has to be careful that he also doesn't use the privilege of the House to malign other people's names. Otherwise, with those few remarks, may the soul of Ngong Ngeno rest in eternal peace.
If you are all disciplined like that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to eulogize our chairman and our colleague. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Laikipia County, and on behalf of my family, I stand to give my condolences to the families of the 6 departed souls. And Honorable Speaker, I would say of the 6 people, the 3 were known to me. One is Honorable Ngeno, who was my chairperson of Housing Committee, a great man who always brought us together. Honorable Speaker, it's interesting that last week after our committee meeting, for the first time in the 3 years we've been together, we decided to sit together in Honorable Kimilu's office and plan about our committee, and we shared a good laugh. Little did we know that that was going to be our last meeting together with our chairperson. Honorable Speaker, the week before, Captain Were came to Laikipia and he had a chat with my son, where my son told him he wants to become a pilot and he told him he has to always finish his homework. Honorable Speaker, it is with a lot of grief that we mourn our chairperson, Honorable Ngeno, and we say may his soul rest in eternal peace, and may the souls of the other 5 departed Kenyans also rest in peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself and the people of Kilgoris constituency, I wish to eulogize Johanna Ngeno, the MP for Emurua Dikirr, who has just left us. Johanna was my constituent for a long time when I was a member of parliament. That constituency that is called Emurua Dikirr was part of Kilgoris. And we have lived together in politics. He was at some point my competitor. At some other point, we were together. But one thing I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that he was a man of courage and he was a man who stood by his word. Johanna has left a big mark in his constituency because the identity of Emurua Dikirr is actually the identity of Johanna Ngeno. He is the one who was one of the first. He was actually the first member of parliament for that area. And he has put his foot and imprint in that constituency. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that this week we are going to bury a great friend of mine. We were competitors often, but we always competed in dignity. We always competed well and retained our friendship. Of late, we had even more common grounds because he defended the things I defended and was angry when I was angry. On Friday, we are going to bury him, and I want to urge members of parliament to come in big numbers. The place is quite accessible, and you could all come to Kilgoris and then go to Emurua Dikirr. But may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Hillary. Hillary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me join the House on behalf of the people of Kipkelion West constituency to send my condolences on the fall of this great man, Mr. Speaker. I first knew Johanna Ngeno way before 2007, when as young men we were mentored together into politics under the mentorship of the late Kipkalia Kones. And I know, Mr. Speaker, there is a dark cloud of sorrow and mourning among the Kipsigis community, Mr. Speaker, because this is not the only plane crash that has taken their sons. The Honorable Kipkalia Kones and the Honorable Lona Laboso also lost their lives in a plane crash, Mr. Speaker. And we want to urge the people of Emurua Dikirr to be patient, to be calm, and to mourn their departed leader in peace, Mr. Speaker. Johanna Ngeno, Mr. Speaker, cannot be described in 2 minutes. He was a passionate believer and a defender of the people of Emurua Dikirr, the people of the Kipsigis community, the Kalenjin nation, and the people of Kenya at large, Mr. Speaker. His passing on leaves a very big void in our leadership. And I want to urge our community to be calm and to assure them that we shall rise again out of the ashes of the death of the Honorable Johanna Ngeno. And finally, Mr. Speaker, is to ask and request the government to implement all the projects that were under the vision of the Honorable Johanna Ngeno in this term with speed, so that the people of Emurua Dikirr, Mr. Speaker, can enjoy development that their MP intended them to have during this term, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you. Commissioner Makau.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my behalf, my family, the people of Mavoko, I also stand to pass my condolences to the late Honorable Johanna Ngeno. Johanna Ngeno was a gentleman. He's a man who has invited me to his many functions. The last one was the cultural, which I really liked, and I saw how he was connecting to people. That is a man who was loved. In fact, everybody was shouting, Kingpin, Kingpin, Kingpin. That shows he was
crossing across the borders. No wonder even he faced his death when he was at Entebbe, which is not even his constituency, showing that he was a leader all over Kenya. Mr. Speaker, today as we mourn the five other passengers who died along him, Mr. Speaker, I think it's upon this House we look under Civil Aviation Act number 21 of 2013. Mr. Speaker, all of us are consumers of chopper services. And we have seen most of these pilots they are not even controlled when they are happier. It is the pilot who decides how the weather is. I think we need to relook in that regulation, and we put serious regulations on how pilots of choppers are supposed to be regulated. Because as it is not good. I know this was an accident, but as a House charged with making laws, we need to relook and amend that Civil Aviation Act number 21 of 2013 so that we have those pilots controlled, so that in such cases of this bad weather, Mr. Speaker, they can be controlled. Finally, Ngong Ngeno was the only man from KKK who favored me with many projects, unlike his best man. Thank you.
Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to join the House in mourning and condoling with the family of the late Ngong Ngeno, the great people of Emurua Dikirr and the Kipsigis community in its entirety. We will remember Joanna as one of the most astute legislators we had here, and especially the positions he took. When he said no, it was no, and when he said yes, it was yes. His contributions right to the Housing Committee and also to Liaison Committee were totally invaluable, and we will miss this as a House. May I extend these condolences and pole from the great people of the Raka constituency, where he was actually a great friend of the people. While they are listening to me, it's good to remind them that on the 25th of July 2025, Ngong Ngeno came to the Raka constituency. And that was not a mean feat, because not many people actually visit that constituency. And I commend you, sir. The Speaker has visited not once, not twice, more than thrice. Ngong Ngeno came with a team led by the Leader of Majority and the Chief Whip. We were doing an empowerment for border borders, our young people who are riders. And he actually did many jigs with the local community, as a result of which we were able to raise 8 billion shillings for that group. Sincerely, this is a true friend of Kenya, a true friend of the Raka, and therefore, the only thing we can say this afternoon is, may his soul rest in everlasting peace. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me join colleagues in mourning our late brother, and on my own behalf and the behalf of my family and the good people of Kitui Central, send my deepest condolences to the family. Honorable Speaker, we joined this House together with the same day with Honorable Ngeno. And if I were asked to go for somebody who champions the interest of his people, I would go for Honorable Ngeno. If I was asked to go for somebody who, over time, has been very principled and who always stand by his principles, I would go for Honorable Ngeno. May God's grace be sufficient for his family and the people of Emurua Dikirr. Let our colleague rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Chairman of the committee, Meli.
Thank you.
If you can take time like Makali Mulu,
yes.
You don't exhaust your 2 minutes, we'll have many more people to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to mourn and condole Honorable Ngeno and the departed members who are in the ill-fated craft. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank you that you honored and considered me to chair this committee with other 10 members, because Honorable Ngeno was more than a brother to me, a friend, a leader. We joined this house together in 2013. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that Ngeno was a great inspiration to many of us when we came to the house. He would tell us how he went through the elections of 2007, how he was competing in the then larger Kilgoris constituency before he came to Emurua Dikirr. Honorable Ngeno was a man of the people. He actually took it upon himself to change the lives of the people of Emurua Dikirr. In fact, he built many, many schools. When he inherited the constituency, when the constituency was carved out, it had very few schools. It had no roads. It had very few hospitals. Ngeno went out of his way, Honorable Speaker, to change the lives of his community and establish a lot of infrastructure networks, improved education. He touched lives. And more importantly, within this house, he actually mentored a number of members and even gave an inspiration to many to serve in the house. I want to say pole to the family, pole to the nation, and to all of us. Asante sana.
Wamshomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join my colleagues in eulogizing my colleague, the Honorable Johanna Ngeno. I had the privilege of serving with him in the previous parliament. And Mr. Speaker, my encounter with him for the first time, I was not able to pronounce the name of his constituency because, Mr. Speaker, I come from a region where an R and an L is a challenge. So I was not able to pronounce his name properly, the name of the constituency. And Mr. Speaker, he used to make fun out of it. And he used to tell me to take a pen and a paper, and then he would ask me to pronounce the name slowly by slowly. And the same patience and accommodation he had about my shortcoming is the same one he has had in his constituency as he embraced the talents, the musicians, the talented young people, and promoted them to the extent that he did. So I'm a member of parliament who was passionate, who believed in the justice of the people, a man who was brave, and a man who loved his family. Rest in peace, my brother.
Bissau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also joined the colleagues in mourning Honorable Ngeno. Honorable Ngeno was my chairman, and last Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, sir, as a committee, we had a very good moment with Honorable Ngeno. It was one of the most exciting moments. But as fate will always come, actually we never knew that we were seeing Honorable Ngeno for the last time, or that was our last Tuesday. We had a very good moment with all of us as a committee. I remember moving together and with Honorable Ndikiri and the rest. It was a very trying moment, Mr. Speaker, sir. On the 26th, which is last Thursday, we met with Honorable Ngeno and he was adjusting his tie. And I told him, my chairman, let me be your mirror. And he adjusted the tie and he reminded me of joining him in Endebess. But since that particular Saturday, we had other engagements with members from Trans Nzoia, I was not able to. But the surprising thing, that particular Saturday, when leaving the function, going to another funeral, the same chopper, the ill-fated chopper, we could see it overfly where I was. I will miss my chairman with the many opportunities we had across the country and even abroad. I remember even a visit to Singapore where we went together. A courageous man, humanitarian, and very, very committed in uplifting others. Rest in peace, Chairman, until we meet again.
Kangogo Bowen.
Mr. Speaker, let me join my colleagues to mourn the Honorable Ngeno, and on behalf of the people of Marakwet East, Honorable Speaker, which the Honorable Ngeno came when we had a landslide tragedy almost 3 months ago, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a country and as a house, we have lost a great man. And as a Kalenjin nation, we have lost an hero and the finest leader, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ngeno, we joined together in 2013, together with the Honorable Ichungwa and Pogose and many of us here. And since then, Mr. Speaker, we have been close with the Honorable Ngeno. Honorable Ngeno is truly the Honorable Speaker who fought for his people. The constituency of Emurua Dikirr is synonymous to Honorable Ngeno, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only thing we can say at this moment is to pray for the family of the young family of our friend, our colleague, the Honorable Ngeno, Mr. Speaker, and also, Mr. Speaker, to ask the government at this moment, because Honorable Ngeno has been fighting for the people of Emurua Dikirr, the land issues there, Honorable Speaker, that they handle it very, very carefully so that his people can benefit even at a time when he's not there. Mr. Speaker, as a House and even as a leadership of the Liaison, Honorable Speaker, we worked closely with Honorable Ngeno, and he was really a debater, Mr. Speaker. At this point, Mr. Speaker, we just want to wish the family well, and may his soul rest in peace.
Pasares.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to stand with my colleagues in mourning the passing of our chair for the Housing Committee, Ngong Ngeno. I stand here and I remember his wife, Nalia, and the 3 children that he leaves behind, 2 very young daughters. She's a young wife and now widowed. What can I say about Ngong Ngeno? He was a man with a short temper, but the next day, you wouldn't even think you had a quarrel the day before. He was a man that brought the committee together, and I pray and hope that since he was the first chair for the Housing Committee, and housing being such a big agenda for the government, that we would have a few estates in this country that will be named Ngong Ngeno estates, because he really pushed every button to make sure that us as a committee would work tirelessly to ensure that we put the necessary laws in place. We had the public participation. We oversight the projects. We went across the entire country with him, looking at projects and demanding the highest quality and the highest deliverables. So for me, I stand here and I say on behalf of myself, my family, and the great people of Nairobi, we mourn a great leader, and we stand with the family in prayer, and we will be there to support the family, because that's what good people do for each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On my behalf, my family, and the people, the great people of Belgut that I represent, let me also take this opportunity to eulogize my friend, Ngong Ngeno. Like has been said, myself and Honorable Sudi were his best man as he solemnized his marriage with his widowed wife now. And Ngong Ngeno is a man of many fronts. Ngong Ngeno was a fierce defender of the Kipsigis people in Narok, fierce defender of the people, the Kipsigis people living in Mau, fierce defender, bold defender of the people who lived in Emurua Dikirr and Angata Baragoi. And in the injustices of land was his driving and burning motto to make sure that the people of the Kalenjin community, wherever they were, justice was delivered to them. Honorable Ngeno will be missed dearly by the artists of this nation, particularly those ones that come from our backyard, the Kalenjin artists, where every year he has had a function for them, and I'm sure they will definitely miss him. Many people will miss Ngong Ngeno. They will miss his infectious laughter. They will miss his boldness. They will miss his confrontational politics. Like Honorable Hilary did say, that he took over from my late father-in-law, Honorable Kipkalia Kones. Let me just say, in short, fare thee well, my friend, till the trumpet of the Lord shall sound, and time shall be no more.
Dr. Mwiti. Give him the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me join my colleagues in heroizing Honorable Ngeno. I've known Ngeno for quite some time. For the last 3 years, I've been in this house, mainly because we have been sharing the same floor
The late Ngeno was in room 2213 and I've been 2218. We have been sharing the lift quite often and we could visit one another. I recognize Ngeno for the fearless and commitment he had for his people. In most cases, we have seen him fighting or negotiating for the land of his people. We shall miss Ngeno. God bless Honorable Ngeno on internal peace. Thank you.
CNN.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me join the voices of my condolences, of my colleagues for actually condoling with our friends who we have lost as the House. Mr. Ngeno, as you recall, and even you have heard, he was a friend to many people. He has visited my constituency, and nobody actually was aware. And this is a guy, or rather a good member of parliament, who used to fight for the rights of his people. I recall last week when I was with him in the gym, actually, he used to be very keen in terms of issues of health matters. We were just laughing and arranging how we are going to have an elections in 2027, how we are going to collaborate so that we can see majority of us coming back to parliament. And Mr. Speaker, Ngeno was a friend to many. He was a humble man. He used to love everybody, and we will dearly miss him. On behalf of the people of Mwingi West and on behalf of the people of Kitui County, let me join my colleagues and just send the message of condolences to his family. And more important, to the young wife and the children who have been left feeling lonely, but we will pray to God that He is going to comfort them and give them fortitude to bear this loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to join the rest of the House in paying my condolences to the families and the friends of the 6 Kenyans who lost their life in the tragic helicopter crash. And Honorable Speaker, of the 6 Kenyans who lost their life, 5 of them were known to me, including the Carlos Mwelimu, who was a personal friend to me. And Honorable Speaker, and even the Were, much has been said about him, a very seasoned pilot. And we had lost a great man. Honorable Speaker, on the part of Ngeno, Honorable Ngeno is a man that has been said, and I think majority have said about that, is known to be a courageous man. A man who actually is a go-getter. Honorable Ngeno will stop at nothing to get what he wants. And besides that attributes, Honorable Speaker, is a man who also believes in social justice, he believes in fairness, he believes in equity. Honorable Speaker, the motto of this House, which is for the welfare of the society and the just government of the people, is really, I think, means much to Honorable Ngeno. And I think that has been evidence to what he has been doing, not just in Narok County, but across the country. Honorable Speaker, Mheshimiwa Ngeno, despite coming from Narok, which is my neighboring constituency, we share a lot. And as I've been actually known, he used to sit next to me. We actually used to be deskmate. That's why even I had to call his deputy, his vice chair, at least to warm the seat. And despite that, we have a lot of political differences in Narok, Honorable Speaker. You cannot tell that. We used to be best of friends. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we have lost a great leader. We have lost the defender of the people. We have lost actually.
Time up, Jen Kiara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to eulogize my friend, our colleague, who we shared a lot, though we never saw us together mostly. But I also want to sympathize with the young widow and her children, because the journey is is long. I pray that God will give her the grace and comfort and strength to bear this huge loss. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ngeno was known to fight for his people. The clips that have been going around could see he would go bare hand to chase policemen who went to kill his people. This is what we have known him for. Mr. Speaker, I agree we should not politicize. But Mr. Speaker, I wonder the majority leader or the former deputy president who has done politics. Because he just said what he knows him and what he was to him. So calling, telling us time and again that he's a black man with a black heart, he's actually politicizing. And Honorable Rigathi Gachagua was impeached. Can the majority leader just let him be? I think it's not necessary. We are mourning a great man. We are mourning somebody who has really lost, who has left a young family, like he said. He got married at an advanced age. So may God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Bashir. Major Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Mandera North, I want to join my colleagues in condoling with the family, relatives and friends of our late colleague, Honorable Ngeno. Honorable Ngeno, as I've said, he was a great gentleman, a man who was very, very courageous, fighting for the rights of his people. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ngeno was also a member of the pastoralist parliamentary group, and we worked with him very closely in that caucus. And I want to express my deep condolences to the family. And I wish them all the best as they overcome this emotional grief. And I say, poleni sana na mutulia kabisa. Asanteni sana.
Mandazi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me pass my own condolences on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Chepalungu constituency for the demise of Honorable Ngong, commonly known by his people as Chebombumbu, Honorable Speaker. By his close allies, he is known as Chumindet. His people have lost him. Speaker, Chepalungu constituency and Emurua Dikirr constituencies are neighbors. We have cross-cutting issues, cross-cutting challenges. Honorable Speaker, when I was elected to this House, Honorable Ngong has continuously held my hand. I've lost him as a friend, I've lost him as a colleague. He loved the local artist. He loved his people. He loved his family, the young family that is left. We pray to God that he keeps them well. Honorable Speaker, Ngong can be described by so many words. He was a very brave person. He was so courageous. He stood by his words. His no was a no. His yes was a firm yes. At the time when the people of Angata Baragoi wanted someone to lean on, Honorable Ngeno was always there for them. I was there yesterday, and the people spoke bitterly of the loss of their leader. They told us as leadership that we have lost a person who was our title deed, and we call upon the Ministry of Lands that the issues that were raised by Honorable Ngeno should be handled so that the people of Emurua Dikirr.
Time up, Kimani Molo.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa muda huu. Kwa niaba yangu na kwa niaba ya wananchi wetu wa eneo bunge la Molo, hasa wananchi wetu wa eneo la Kapsinendet, eneo la Mariashoni, eneo la Saptet, eneo la Sachangwan, wananchi ambao walimwenzi sana Mheshimiwa Ngong, ya kwamba tunaleta pole zetu kwa familia yake, kwa mke wake, kwa watoto wake na kwa jamii yote ya eneo bunge la Emurua Dikirr. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakumbuka tuliweza kufanya kazi vizuri sana na Mheshimiwa Ngeno wakati tulikuwa tunaunga sheria ile ya housing, ya kazi wa nyumba, Mheshimiwa Spika, na tuliweza kufanya kazi nzuri sana. Wakati mwingi tuliweza kukosana na wale wa executive kwa sababu maneno mengi, kuna mambo ambayo tuliona huwa hayafai, Mheshimiwa Spika, na tuliweza kuhakikisha kwamba tuliweza kuwasilisha katika bunge hii ripoti ambayo imeweza kuwezesha ile mipango ya ujengaji wa nyumba za bei nafuu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ningetaka pia kuleta pole zangu kwa familia ya Rubani Were. Rubani Were pia mimi ashawahi kunibeba kama mwezi mmoja uliopita, na pia pole kwa wandani wake wengine ambao waliweza kufariki katika hiyo ajali ya ndege. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sisi wote viongozi ni kumbusho kwetu ya kwamba sisi wote tuko katika safari, hatujui muda wala wakati. Ile jambo la maana ni kukumbuka, kujiuliza, je, tutakumbukwa kwa yepi? Ya kwamba ikiwa wale ambao watakuja kuongea baada ya sisi wataweza kuongea mazuri kama vile tunaweza kuongea mazuri ya huyu mwenyekiti wa housing, Mheshimiwa Ngong. May his soul rest in peace. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Maungu.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on my own behalf, that of my family and the great people of Rwanda constituency, allow me to join my colleagues in saying a great pole following the demise of our colleague, Honorable Ngeno, and the friends who traveled with him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the late Ngeno was such a great leader. One of the things I always admired about the late Ngeno was his boldness, and he was a very, very brave man. Many of the times he came out to speak for his people and always demonstrate a degree of boldness and being brave, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the people of Emurua Dikirr, Mr. Speaker, have lost a leader who actually championed for their rights. The late Ngeno was also known to be a leader who actually cultivated or encouraged the talent that came along with young people, Mr. Speaker. Many of the times, I saw him host teams or support teams, especially the natives, the Kalenjin upcoming musicians, Mr. Speaker. I saw him actually bring them together and support them in their venture, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as we mourn this great leader, who was a leader who was warm and a man of great heart, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my interaction with him, at one time, I remember he was too tough on the police who actually were kind of harassing his people. And from then, I kept calling him the arresting officer, Mr. Speaker. And we had such a great interaction with him, and I therefore say that may Ngong Ngeno rest in eternal peace. Asante sana.
Rendekere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to mourn my boss, my chairman, and my very close friend of mine, the late Honorable Ngeno. Mr. Speaker, we were joined by being my boss as his assistants. And I've worked with a man who had difficulty at the beginning, but I came to realize that is one of the great leaders we have in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, Ngeno was not a motivator, but also somebody to emulate in terms of leadership and championing the cause of success. Mr. Speaker, this is a man who does not give up. Consistently, whenever we had challenges in the committee, we saw a man behaving like a leader, a father, and a mentor. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that we do not have terms of reference for our committee because fair housing was a new concept. But through his wise leadership, through consultation and humility, we were able to develop our terms of reference that has made it become very successful as a committee. Mr. Speaker, this man is a father. I have seen this man in his house. I've seen this man as a community leader. I've seen this man as a churchman. Many people do not know that. We have lost a great man. We have lost other very strong people, particularly Captain Wele, who is known almost by everybody in this country. I eulogize them and say, may Almighty God stand with the young.
Mwalimu Kombe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii ili niweze nami kutoa rambirambi zangu na za jamii yangu na jamii pana ya Magarini. Mheshimiwa Ngeno, binafsi nitamkumbuka kwa ushujaa wake wa kupigania haki za wananchi wake, hasa kwa upande wa mashamba. Alikuwa ni mtu wa kusimama kidete kuhakikisha kwamba watu wake hawadhulumiwi kirahisi. Alikuwa na ushujaa wa kuweza hata kuvurutana na polisi na hatimaye kuhakikisha kwamba watu wake hawahangaishwi. Hakika katika bunge hili tutamkosa kiongozi shujaa na kiongozi mpenda watu, kiongozi mpenda maendeleo. Niombe tu Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema, yule aliyeweza kunishika mkono nilipoachwa na baba nikiwa mdogo, akaweze kuwashika mkono wale watoto wadogo walioachwa, na akampe nguvu na hekima mjane ili akaweze kuwainua vijana kwa njia njema. Roho yake Mwenyezi Mungu ailaze mahali pema peponi palipo na wema, na akaijalie kaburi yake kuwa bustani katika mabustani peponi. Asante
Richard Yegon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity also, which I've gotten to eulogize our departed colleague. On that of my behalf, my family and the larger people of Bomet East, I would like to pass my sincere condolences to the family of the late Ngong Ngeno, who really has become a very inspirational to some of us who are the new members in this house. Mr. Speaker, what I want to touch on, which has not been touched by the members of this house, is that we would like to request for to put some serious legislation in regards to flying these aircrafts, which have really taken the lives of so many people, including the late Saitoti, the late Kipkalia Kones, Lona Laposo, and now our colleague, Ngong Ngeno. We need to know and maybe to make serious laws touching on the civil aviation to make sure that the members, the pilots who are piloting these aircrafts should stick to the laws which allows them not to fly in extreme weather situations like the one which was witnessed during last weekend when our colleague was being flown on a chopper. The weather was so bad, and I think the pilot, I'm not going to preempt this because I think we are going to leave to investigative arms to look into it, that we need to have them make decisive decision and avoid flying the aircrafts in very bad weather. So, Mr. Speaker, let me sincerely pass my deepest condolence to the family of the members of Emurua Dikirr, including
Lisa Chelule.
Thank you. Asante sana.
Lisa Chelule.
Hey, yangu memuka.
I believe you are not Lisa Chelule.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi huu.
Nitakupa nafasi lakini wewe si Lisa Chelule.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia hii nafasi. Pia mimi niseme rizala zangu za kwangu na za kaunti ya Nakuru kwa wakati huu ambaye tunaomboleza ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Honorable Johana Ngeno. Bwana Spika, pia nakupatia pole sababu umepoteza mmoja yetu na wajumbe wote. Nataka tu kusema maneno machache kuhusu huyu kiongozi. Huyu kiongozi ni kiongozi mmoja ambaye ameleta watu wote katika nchi yetu pamoja. Ninaposema hivi Bwana Spika, unakumbuka akienda kutembea katika makaunti zote, alikuwa amefika kiwango ya kupita nusu ya idadi ya counties yetu katika nchi yetu, akitembea kusaidia vijana ambaye wanajihusisha na mambo ya uimbaji. Nataka kuchukua nafasi kusema hakuna kiongozi ambaye ameajibika katika kazi yake, ameajibika katika constituency yake ya Emurua Dikirr. Huyu kiongozi hakuna mwingine ninaweza kumfananisha, na kitu ya maana ambaye alisema akienda, ambaye alisema hivi juzi karibu, akasema sisi kama wananchi wa Kenya tutekeleze kazi yetu kikamilifu, tutekeleze kazi yetu kiwango ambaye wananchi wa Kenya watafurahia, na akasema tuweke amani katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo nachukua hii nafasi kusema kwa wananchi wa Emurua Dikirr kwamba wakae chonjo, wapokee wageni wa Johana Ngeno wakati wa Ijumaa, wakati itakapofanyika mambo ya mazishi yake. Mungu aweke roho yake.
Moroto, now you can legitimately speak.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi. Mheshimiwa Ngeno ambaye tunaongea juu yake ni mtu ambaye amesaidia vijana wengi sana, especially West Pokot, Mount Elgon mpaka Uganda. Hakuwa na mpaka kwa sababu ya vijana. Na hata vile tulivyo hapa saizi makutano town, vijana wamesanyika kutoka Uganda, kutoka Trans Nzoia kuweka ile kuchoma ile majumaa kwa sababu ya heshima yake, na watakuja wote pande hii. Ni sisi kama viongozi tuone kwamba kazi ambayo Ngeno alifanya tuendelee kushikilia. Hata alipozunguka huko kuna shule ambayo ni ya wasichana secondary school, alisema isaidiwe na alikuwa na process hiyo shule ijengwe. Kwa hivyo nafikiri kwa sababu kuna komiti hao hapa na faisia, wewe sasa shikilia hiyo mpaka hiyo shule ya West Pokot ifanyike. Hata wewe umesema kwamba Mungu na mlaze malipema peponi. Asante.
Koyo Onyango Koyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for remembering me at last. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in sending my condolences, those of myself, my family, and the people of Moroni that I represent in this house during this very sad, and Nyando, because Nyando is part of Moroni, and during this very difficult time for the people of Emurua Dikirr, we joined the parliament, the 13th parliament, with the late Honorable Ngeno, together with the majority leader and a few people here. And Johana Ngeno and I shared one thing. We are people who believe in people first, then party leadership and other bureaucrats can come later. As a result, we became very close. And we are consulting each other. Our difficulty is pronouncing the name of his constituency. So each time I saw him, I called him Dick. And he ably responded and said, I know how is Moroni, how is Emurua Dikirr. The people of Emurua Dikirr, we lose a very serious leader that, according to my experience, this was in Kalenjin land, a serious leader after Kipkalia Kones and the late Jean Marie Soronei. He valued his people and did everything to protect the dignity and prosperity of his people. And as a friend, I was courting him to come and talk to those young musicians with talents in Moroni, and he was planning to come and talk to them, and we shall really miss this facility. May God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Justice Kamei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the
opportunity. Before you proceed, we have 15 minutes to go. Can I cut it to 1 minute so that everybody speaks? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
You are a leader, I'll give you two, but Justice Kamei and the rest take 1 minute each so that everybody can have an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to join my colleagues in mourning the passing on of the late Johana Ngeno. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. Ngong Ngeno, we joined Parliament together in 2013. He remained close to me, and I remember him for visiting the constituency to do a project at Kipsamoi. In his community, if people delay in getting married, they are taken to a place called Kipsamoi. So when I took him to Kipsamoi Secondary School, it came to pass that he got married about 1 year later. Mr. Speaker, he also joined me and my family in the funeral of my father, and they made a very generous contribution. I'll always thank him for that, and may God bless him and bless his family, and may his soul find favor with the Lord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Taitumu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity so that I can tender my own condolences and the condolences of the people of Igembe North to the people of Emurua Dikirr, and particularly the entire Ngenos. Honorable Ngeno was a true servant of humanity. He was a role model, an icon, and a person who believed in what he stood for. Honorable Ngeno was a true crusader, particularly for the downtrodden. He served people within dedication, passion, and not only the people of Emurua Dikirr, but the entire country.
Rachel Nyamai.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii kuzungumza pole ya Mheshimiwa ambaye ametuaga, Mheshimiwa Ngeno, ambaye tulikuja naye bunge mwaka wa 2013. Ningependa kusema ya kwamba pole kwa familia yake, pole kwa bibi yake ambaye amebaki na watoto wadogo, ambaye tumemuona na tukampatia nguvu. Pia huyu ni Mheshimiwa Spika ambaye alikuwa anajua wakati wa kupiga kelele akitetea watu wake, na wakati wa kuzungumza polepole anapozungumza ndio watu wake waweze kusaidika. Kwa watu wote wa Emurua Dikirr, kwa wabunge wote, na kwako Spika, na sisi wote poleni.
Naomi wako Emurua Dikirr. Naomi wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for mentioning that, because it is a bit difficult for many people. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to mourn our brother, and on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Marsabit, I want to give our condolences to his family, his wife, and all the other loved ones. We've all lost a very dedicated person, a strong leader who was passionate in serving his people and transforming lives, especially the lives of artists and young people in our society. Having been elected 3 times, he must have demonstrated his love, concern, and capability of leading his people. I send my condolences to him. May his rose...
Emilio Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my family and the people of Suba North, I also give my condolences on the demise of Honorable Ngong Ngeno and the people that he was with in that flight. Mr. Speaker, I know many people have struggled to call his constituency, but I called him by his constituency. I called him Emurua Dikirr, because when I first came in as nominated, and I sat in a committee that was concerned with redistricting, he came to our committee, he sent delegations, and he was so passionate that when he finally got elected, I only knew him as Emurua Dikirr. And Mr. Speaker, because now when he got elected, I was serving at the same time with him, we used to sit with him, compare notes, and share, and he was so committed to his constituency. Because of time, I want to say that he was fearless, funny, resolute, principled, no-nonsense, committed to justice.
Thank you. Member for Joro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are mourning our colleague, Mheshimiwa Ngeno, Joro constituency, myself and my family. We have sincerely lost a great man, a man who was reliable. He was available even for us members of parliament in our events. In my constituency, he has come very many times. Therefore, we are really mourning a good man, a man who was very hardworking. He is a man who also, we really struggled so much when we were fighting for our people, they were being evicted from their own farms in the name of evictions of Mau. Therefore, he is a champion who has really fought for his people not to be evicted in the farms. Therefore, as we mourn, may we pray for the family. We pray also for Kenyans to keep peace. We also request for Kenyans to be at peace and also ensure that we allow the investigating team to finish their work peacefully. Thank you so much.
Edith Nyanze.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to pass my condolences. My condolences and those of my constituency to the family of the late Honorable Ngeno, especially to their young wife. I say pole because of the loss of your loved one. There are so many lessons which we can learn from our colleague, and some of the lessons is importance of youth involvement. We can also learn about leadership by example. We can learn about empowering others. We can learn about courage and conviction. We can learn about selflessness and dedication. And above all, we would also learn that we are in a journey, and the journey, we don't know when our journey will come to an end. So let me pass my...
Ambassador Sigai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to also join my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I've just come from Honorable Ngeno's house in Karen. Honorable Ngeno's constituency is a neighbor to mine. Mr. Speaker, the artists which Ngeno was always fighting for are mainly based in Kablong. And as we speak today, Mr. Speaker, a whole delegation from Kablong has gone to Emurua Dikirr to go and pay homage to these great men. In the evening today, Mr. Speaker, in Kablong, our people are going to light candles. And in the other Sotik constituency, they are going to light candles to remember this man. We have lost a great man in the Gippsland land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ken Chonga.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Ama kweli bunge hili limepoteza mtu ambaye kwamba kila aliyemjua alimjua kwa ukarimu wake. Mheshimiwa Spika, bunge la 12 wakati mimi nimechaguliwa nikiwa sijamaliza hatujaanza ile recess ya kwanza, ninakumbuka kukutana na Johana Ngeno kwa constituency yangu kwenye kikao ambacho sikuwa nimemwalika wala hata sikujua amealikwa na nani. Ilikuwa ni kikao cha vijana ambao wanaanza kujuza talanta zao. Nikakutana naye na sikuwa nimemjua kuwa ni mbunge. Mpaka wakati alipotambulishwa ndio mimi nikaona kwamba tuko wabunge wawili. Mungu ailaze pema peponi. Mheshimiwa Johana Ngeno aliacha mfano ambao kwamba wengi tutangangana sana kuingia kwa viatu vyake, lakini haitakuwa rahisi. Mungu ailaze pema peponi.
Rose Museo. Rose Museo.
Thank you. Asante Bwana Spika kwa nafasi hiyo. Nachukua wakati huu kuweza kuomboleza Mheshimiwa Ngeno ambaye tulikuja bunge na yeye tangu mwaka wa 2013. Kwa niaba yangu na familia yangu na watu wa Makueni, tumepoteza kiongozi aliyekuwa shujaa, kiongozi ambao tulimuenzi kwa vile ambavyo alikuwa na upendo mwingi mkubwa sana kwa watu wa huko wa eneo bunge la kwake. Tuseme ya kwamba Kenya imepoteza, Kenya inahuzunika, na tunaomba ya kwamba usafiri huu ambao unakuwa wa ndege zikaangaliwe sana kabla kuondoka, na pia warubani wafundishwe kuendesha ndege vyema ili maisha ya wabunge yasiweze kuwa hatarini. Na tunasema pole sana kwa familia yote ya Mheshimiwa Johana Ngeno.
Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I join other Kenyans in mourning all the 6 Kenyans who lost their lives last week through the tragic accident. Honorable Speaker, we all know here that Honorable Ngeno was a leader of his own kind, very courageous, brave, and always standing for what is right for the people. And I am sure, Honorable Speaker, that we can all learn a lesson in this House, that every time given a choice between standing on the side of the powers that be and standing with what is right for the people, that we must always choose to rise up, Honorable Speaker, and be counted by standing on what is right for the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, because they are the true bosses. We said our condolences to the family, and may peace that surpasses all understanding be with the family of Honorable Ngeno and all the 5 other Kenyans who lost their lives alongside him. Thank you.
Cases.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. For me to stand here today to eulogize my good friend, indeed to me, I've lost a dear friend. Everyone knows that among the leaders who supported me, especially during campaign, is one Ngong Ngeno, who came several times. And even after election, he has visited Keses more than once on development or on social issues. Ngong Ngeno, we worked with him even in last year, December. We traversed even far beyond up to Uganda on support of artists of Uganda among those who are in Kenya. He is a man indeed that has shown and has grown his people. It is said back in his constituency, since he was elected, the community there was able to grow the education of their children more than enough now have gone to university. We've lost him, and I want to say that fair DJ Bambumbu, to the family, to the widows, so and I, we want to say, God be with you, be strong, as we stick to say that God will raise another leader to take over from him. May his soul rest in peace.
Nyakundi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to convey my sincere heartfelt condolences on my own behalf, on behalf of the people of Kitutu Church North, and also on behalf of Team Ground, where the Speaker is also part of that team. Ngeno was a fearless, courageous man who fought for the rights of his people. He was one person who was very passionate of what he was doing, from assisting artists, fighting for his people, and more so, fighting for affordable housing. Most people were scared of affordable housing, but if there's one person who fought for the legislation of affordable housing and the markets, was this man called Ngong Ngeno. I remember 1 week ago we were with him in Isiolo campaigning for Tubi Mohamed Tubi, who is now a member of parliament. We remember Ngong Ngeno as one person who was a fine guy, one person who never walked with a bodyguard, but people just...
Mario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance to eulogize our friend, our brother in this house. I want to give my condolences to the 6 who perished in that plane crash, and I pray that God may take care of their families and be able to comfort them, because He is the greatest comforter. What I would like to say is Ngeno was a very good man. I approached him when I had a problem with affordable houses, and he was able to help me so that I could have gotten through whatever I wanted to get from the affordable houses. And I want to thank God that his life was an example to many, and he has gone having done a lot for the people of his constituency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Janet Zitianei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to eulogize with my colleagues. I wish on my behalf and on behalf of the people of Tarbo to condole with the families of the late Honorable Ngeno and the rest of the 5 who perished with him. I want to wish them that may God give them strength to bear the loss. That was a great man we lost. That was a man who stood and loved his constituency. May God rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, on my own behalf and that of my family and the people of Baringo North and Baringo County, I want to take this opportunity to condole with the family, the wife of Joanna Ngeno, his two children, his parents, and the great people of Emurua Dikirr, and the Kipsigis nation at whole, that we have lost a gallant soldier who had actually come to Baringo North 4 times: Kipcherere High School, Poi Full Gospel Church, Torlokwanin AIC, Partaba Full Gospel Church, and always standing with me all the time. So, Speaker, this is a patriot that was able to help artists across Kenya, regardless whether they are Christians or secular. Is a fanatic, and I have gone to Kapkatet for that particular purpose. Even as we rest his soul, so Speaker, let the government also investigate what Ngeno was fighting for in
Lengres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to send my condolences and that of my family and that of the people of Samburu to the family of Honorable Ngeno, the people of Emurua Dikirr, and the people of Narok County at large. We say pole, and as we mourn the loss of Ngeno, the same day, Mr. Speaker, we lost 3 women who were killed by elephant. So our hearts are still very heavy, and we pray for both families. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you.
Women Rep Kericho. Kemei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to pass my message of condolence to the family of our great brother, member of this House, Honorable Johanna Ngeno, whom until his demise was actually a great man of the soil, son of our soil, a great Kipsigis man, a great warrior, a great defender of justice and our heritage. Honorable Speaker, his laughter made many happy. It was actually bringing joy to many. And I would say that the artists were happy. And I remember one time I asked him why he's mixing the religious or the Christian and the secular. And he said, if you bring Christians alone, we will not have many people attending. So he agreed that next time he would want to separate so that maybe everybody else will join in. May the...
Komingoi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to eulogize my friend, Joanna Ngeno. The people of Kenya mourn, the housing industry mourns, the people of the Great Rift Valley are also mourning. Honorable Speaker, my sympathies also go to the staff that worked with Joanna Ngeno, the people who may have depended on him directly or indirectly, that now they will feel the loss, and we pray that God will keep them and watch over them all. Together with the 5 that perished with him, I pray that they will be kept well by the Lord in all their endeavors in this life. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Martin Owino, we're coming to an end. Be quick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Ndewa community, where Honorable Ngeno came and did for us a rambe. This is a guy who did not have any boundary when it comes to services to Kenya. Allow me to express my condolences and strength to the family and to the entire nation, because he was a national guy. May God bless the family and keep them strong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to join my colleagues in eulogizing a great son of Kenya. I wish to pass my condolences on behalf of my family and my constituents, Mbeere North. And I wish to really condole with the family, especially the immediate family, for this loss. And I ask Kenyans to pray for this young family. And I ask my colleagues not to forget that our colleague has left a young family, so that we are there for them, because words alone will not count in this difficult situation, but prayers and our presence will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kaitanyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I wish to pass my condolences to the family, the people of Emurua Dikirr, for the loss of Mheshimiwa Johanna Ngeno and the other 5 people who perished with him in the accident. We remember Johanna Ngeno. I knew him way before he even joined Parliament, and Johanna Ngeno has always been a very happy soul. And when we came to Parliament as first-timers, he took time. He always used to take time to take us through what needs to be done in Parliament. And I remember one time when I was actually passing a motion here, I didn't know what to do, and he walked and came to where I was and helped me pass the motion in Parliament. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the people of Nandi, the people of Mosop who went out of their way, and especially one girl who had just learned about nursing.
Sabina Chege. Give her the mic. There's one next to you on the right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to eulogize my friend, a person we came into Parliament at the year 2013, a strong leader, Mr. Speaker. And I just remember when we were going to Narok to get his young wife, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Ngeno was very happy, ever smiling, and so to his wife and children, may God console them. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say as leaders, let us support the family, but most importantly, let us love one another because we never know about tomorrow. Fare thee well, Honorable Ngeno, and the other workers who are with him at the plane. May all their families be consoled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sirma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to eulogize my great friend, Honorable Johanna Ngeno. Ngeno was a person of principle. Ngeno was a person who would stand on his own and become what his people would like to be. Ngeno came to this parliament on 3 different tickets, not one, because it was his people who determined. He would have come in the earlier time of 2007, but because of the clashes which were there, he was not able to come. But what we are saying is the people of Emurua Dikirr have really felt, and we feel equally, that we have lost a warrior and a leader. May the mighty Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Honorable members, we'll end here. Thank you very much for all of you who have voiced your condolences to the family, friends of not only Johanna Ngeno as our colleague, but Captain Were, who many of you have said you knew. In fact, Captain Were flew me, Aaron Cheriot, and Farouk Kibet 2 weeks ago from Narok to Kakamega and back to Nairobi. And is somebody we have all dealt with. And the staff and friends of Honorable Ngeno who are with him. Like I did say earlier, tomorrow morning you have passed a motion that we will not sit. The Requiem Mass is in a church in Karen called NGC. I think it's somewhere opposite the Catholic Church. I encourage all of us to be seated by 8:30 so that by 9 the service begins, and by 12:30 we come back to start Parliament at 2:30. Once again, we condole with the family collectively and individually. And those of you who can, please let's also go to Emurua Dikirr on Friday to join the President and many other Kenyans to see off Honorable Ngeno and our other Kenyans. Next order. I direct clerk that the eulogies that have been made here by honorable members, the condolences by at least 50 of you this afternoon, be printed out and be sent to the family for their records. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We go back, honorable members, to statements, requests. Abakar Talib.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding mounting of roadblocks along public roads in the country. Honorable Speaker, Section 69A of Traffic Act, Cap 403, regarding mounting of roadblocks empowers the Inspector General of Police to, by notice in the Gazette, designate a place along a public road on which a police roadblock may be mounted. The Act further provides the roadblocks may be mounted in a non-designated place only in exceptional circumstances certified by the Inspector General or his authorized officer. Honorable Speaker, whereas roadblocks are intended to enable security agencies to regulate flow of traffic for purposes of responding to security issues and carrying out inspections intended for enforcement of traffic rules, there have been complaints that police officers across the country take inordinately long to clear vehicles at roadblocks. It is further claimed that some officers extort motorists at roadblocks instead of enforcing traffic rules. The long time taken to clear vehicles at roadblocks cause stretched traffic queues that delays travelers and transporters. Honorable Speaker, therefore it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following.
Why are you switching him off all the time? Or is it just going off? Pardon? Okay, go ahead. You now have the mic.
Comprehensive
the technical staff to check where the mics are going on.
Comprehensive report on all gazetted and designated places for mounting of roadblocks along public roads, particularly major highways in the country and the current status. 2, the justification for mounting numerous roadblocks both during the day and at night along roads and highways across the country, including undesignated places. And 3, measures put in place by the ministry to ensure that inspections carried out at roadblocks are done seamlessly to avoid the long queues that cause delays on the road. Thank you.
Chair, Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Tongoyo, is not here. Any member of the committee? Majority Leader instructed them to bring a response in 2 weeks, or at least a week. The week we resume after the short recess. He will be informed. Next, Ojambo Undo. Question deferred. Response. Coach, are you ready? Go ahead. Is Onjoke in the house? Yes.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. This is a response for a statement that was sought by Honorable Charles Onchoke regarding the reported coercion of Kenyan citizens to join the Russian military and whereabouts of Mr. Clinton Nyapara Mogasa and Mr. Justus Moyenda Ombati in Russia. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Charles Onchoke, MP person to the provisions of standing order. I think I'll go straight to the response, Honorable Speaker, so I don't waste time. And the response is as follows, Honorable Speaker. A report on whereabouts of Mr. Clinton Mogesa and Mr. Justus Ombati. The ministry, both at the headquarters and through our embassy in Moscow, has limited access to Kenyans in distress unless the same is reported by the family or diaspora leadership. This is more reason why a 24-hour diaspora call center was established under State Department for Diaspora Affairs to receive distress calls, contact family members, and be the first point of contact for distress cases reporting. At the mission level, the Kenyan Embassy in Moscow has continuously requested the Russian authorities to assess for access to information to ascertain the actual number of Kenyans involved in the military operation, the SMO, special military operation rather, those injured and also those that are deceased. These requests have been sent to the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. The mission is, however, yet to receive a response to the numerous requests for information or for consular assistance and further repatriation of Kenyans. The ministry, therefore, and after confirmation from our embassy in Moscow, wishes to report the following: that there has been no formal confirmation of the death of Mr. Clinton Nyapara Mogesa, passport number BK154412 from the Russian authorities. However, the mission has written to the Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation to request confirmation of this, and we're yet to receive the response, Honorable Speaker. Number two is there is no information related to Mr. Justus Moyenda Ombati, a passport number AK05-16222. The mission in Moscow has equally written to the Russian authorities to confirm and has been following up on the matter, but to this point there has not been any response. Number three is that immediate action is being taken by the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to engage with the government of Russian Federation to repatriate Mr. Ombati and the remains of Mr. Nyapara. Honorable Speaker, as informed above, there is no information related to Mr. Justus Moyenda Ombati of passport number AK05-16222. The mission has written to the Russian authorities to confirm his whereabouts, but up to this point there hasn't been any response received. Honorable Speaker, there being no formal confirmation of death of Mr. Clinton Nyapara Mogesa of the passport that I read from the Russian authorities, it is difficult to ascertain the death, whereabouts, or the remains of Mr. Nyapara, so that any repatriation of mortal remains can be undertaken. The ministry, through the Kenyan Embassy in Moscow, has written the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation to request the confirmation of this, and we are yet to receive the response. The ministry has vowed that it will continue to follow up on this matter to its finality. The measures as requested by Mheshimiwa is that the measures that have been put in place to strengthen collaboration between the Russian government to curb fraudulent employment agencies and the target and suspecting Kenyan job seekers. Honorable Speaker, I want to say as follows: that this has been very emotive and close to all of us, especially when we read and hear about the young people taking up those jobs and end up dying. To this end, Honorable Speaker, the Prime Cabinet Secretary will undertake an official visit to Moscow. It's probably not nothing that, Honorable Speaker, I'll be, with your permission, I will be accompanying the Prime Cabinet Secretary between the dates of 13th to 17th of this month to Moscow. The Prime Cabinet Secretary will undertake an official visit to Moscow, Russia, to meet his counterpart to discuss this matter and hope to bring to finality and protect not just the welfare and rights, but the sanctity of life of Kenyans in Russia. The ministry continuously holds meetings with officials of the Russian embassy in Nairobi, raising concerns regarding this matter, and are jointly working together to sift out rogue agents trying to process visas for Kenyans and following up on whereabouts of Kenyans as reported by families. The ministry continues to undertake sensitization on Kenyans through the media and social media platform. Ngao, barazas, educational institutions, labor mobility, pre-departure trainings, and other public forums in a bid to inform Kenyans of dangers of rogue recruitment agencies, fake non-existent jobs, and the challenges that come with not seeking information, verification, and engaging government in such ventures. As I conclude, no, not concluding, it's quite long, Honorable Speaker, but let me just do it quickly. Honorable Speaker, in addition to the above, the government continues to put in place measures to protect all Kenyans and working abroad, and including Russia, through bilateral labor agreements, ratification of international labor conventions, continuous registration of Kenyans, established 24-hour diaspora call center, welfare checks, provisions of consular service, deployment of labor attaches, additionally, in liaison with State Department of Foreign Affairs. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry has stated that they are keen to ensure that the welfare, rights and interests of Kenyans abroad are protected and will continue to employ all necessary measures to guarantee their safety and well-being. However, as we undertake all the above interventions as a government, the Ministry has noted that Kenyans are not heeding their call against recruitment to Russia, but instead are taking a leap of faith in the hope of financial empowerment. This provides a clarity to the question of coercion, as information the Ministry receives through engagement with some family members and even those who have returned indicate that some of those going to Russia to join the Russian army are willingly doing so. The Ministry therefore urges Kenyans to desist from taking up jobs in Russian military. This is an active war zone and a war that does not involve our country, and death is almost guaranteed. I submit and I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Onjoke? You satisfied?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I thank the Chair, Honorable Nelson, for the response. Given that the remains of Nyapara has not been traced, and there are no plans or there are no indications of the return to Kenya, as well as Mr. Ombati, I would urge that the government continues to do what it needs to do so that our request is met. The families, as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, are anxious. They are pained with the death and the loss, and with the disappearance, and with no hope of their sons coming back to Kenya, so that all this matter is put to rest. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kimani?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on this matter of young Kenyans being allegedly killed in Moscow, Russia, cuts across many young people in this country, Honorable Speaker. One of those young people is someone I have known in my earlier life before I came to Parliament, called John Mwangi Nduta, an ex-army officer who hails from Thika, Honorable Speaker. And I was very surprised this week to see photos of him on social media allegedly dying in the army, Honorable Speaker. And perhaps the chairperson needs to inform this House what measures are being taken in place to make sure that if Kenyans being taken for war in Russia actually are aware that they're being recruited to go for war. And number two, Honorable Speaker, that there is adequate training for them, Honorable Speaker, and there are adequate contracts that will shield them and their families in case of any eventualities, Honorable Speaker. And last, Honorable Speaker, although I had not raised this in the question, I'll be following up a follow-up question on the status of John Mwangi Nduta, who was already killed there. What measures will be done to reparate his body back to his family, and even just official confirmation from Moscow on his status, Honorable Speaker.
Coach? Yes, on the same issue? Yes, Julius? Give Julius Songuli the mic.
Mr. Speaker, as I already indicated before, many of my constituents are involved in this. And I want to urge, I would...
Yes, Julius?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I too am the same position as Honorable Kuria, that in fact there is a statement, request for a statement which is yet to be approved by your office from me. But just to appreciate the answer of the chairman, but to say that let the embassy in Moscow be more thorough, because there are people we speak to every day in a hospital called Demikov and in another hospital where people are admitted. One particular one called Tiepon, his legs have been cut, his palms have been cut, his hands and legs have been cut. He's simply surviving and he can talk to you very nicely. But he needs special Kenyan attention by the Kenyan embassy. And this trip that you're going to make, I think it would be good that it be more comprehensive. I would even have urged Mr. Speaker to actually actively get involved in it so that we who represent the people can actually go to see what happens.
I instructed the clerk to include in that delegation on the request of the minister, the chairman of this Committee of Defense and the chair of Diaspora Committee. So they will represent all of us. Yes, Coach, those were just comments. Do you want to comment on comments?
No, I think they are very fair comments. All we can say, Honorable Speaker, is that maybe when we come back from the trip that you've, like you said, authorized,
come and issue a
we
statement.
will issue a comprehensive statement.
If not, the PCS will come here to answer questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go back, clerk, to order number 5.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. GK, can you stop being distracted and attend to business? I've gone back to order number 5 and I'm calling you out to lay your paper.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The good ladies were making a good request. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay...
You looked overawed and overwhelmed.
I'm a feminist, Honorable Speaker.
Go on.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 3rd March 2026. Report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the miscellaneous fees and levies Amendment Bill National Assembly, Bill number 57 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, I lay. Thank you.
Under the same order, is the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation ready to lay your paper? Or did you do it? Are you ready? Okay. Thank you. Go to order number 11. Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 3rd March 2026, afternoon sitting. Supplementary Estimates 1 for the financial year 2025-2026 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning and the following accompanying documents. 1, the program-based budget. 2, the recurrent estimates. 3, the development estimates. And 4, the memorandum on supplementary estimates, number 1. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now go to order number 11.
Order number 11, the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank the Chair and the Committee of Finance and National Planning that has considered this bill and taken it through a program of very rigorous public participation since it was read the first time in the House. And the Chair has just this afternoon tabled the report of the committee on their consideration of this bill, including the input of the public during public participation. Honorable Speaker, it is important to give a background on the genesis or the basis on which we find this bill in the House at this particular time, because it's not by accident, Honorable Speaker. Neither is it on second thought. This bill, Honorable Speaker, if you read the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, and specifically, Honorable Speaker, on page 10 of that manifesto, it said that we shall establish a national infrastructure fund which will be financed from the proceeds of privatization proceeds of state corporations that will be privatized, Honorable Speaker. And this gives us the genesis of the thought of having a national infrastructure fund twinned with the National Sovereign Wealth Fund. And not to mention, Honorable Speaker, that last year, in August of last year, this House also enacted the Government-Owned Enterprises Act that underpinned the basis on which we are now doing this National Infrastructure Fund. And I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because there are those who have made everyone to believe that this is an afterthought, or this is something that is being done as an afterthought without having any strategic thinking into it, Honorable Speaker. And it is these naysayers that I want to remind that this bill did not just find itself on the floor of this House. It has a basis of where it has come from. Let me also draw reference to what was said by His Excellency the President in his State of the Nation address last year. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to quote, or rather to read part of that speech by His Excellency the President at the tail end of last year. And you remember, Honorable Speaker, the President had begun his speech by talking about 4 national priorities or national imperatives that we must as a country invest in, touching on energy, touching on water for irrigation, the construction of 50 mega dams and another 200 medium-sized dams to ensure that we no longer depend on rain-fed agriculture in provision of food. He also spoke about the investment, the huge investment that we need to put into the infrastructure of the expansion of our road network. And I remember him going through a whole list of projects, road projects that would be dualled. And of course, what caught my attention was the dualling of Muthaiga, Kiambu, Dumberi Road, and of course, the investment into a new expressway from Museum Hill all the way to Thika. Not to mention the Kericho, Kisii, Migori, Sabania Road, the Mau Summit, Rironi Road, Gong, Bomas Bypass, Karen Gong Bypass, of course, which touches Honorable Ngong Ngeo's constituency, and I can't see him smiling broadly here because he knows how long it takes him to come from Matasia to the National Assembly. But with the huge infrastructure investment in many of these, and many others, including the SGR extension, because we left an SGR and it was christened the railway to nowhere, because it was left hanging somewhere near Suswa after Dukamoja. And the expansion, or rather the extension of that SGR all the way to Kisumu, Malaba, and to our border with our neighbors, Uganda, and of course opening us to the landlocked countries in the Great Lakes region to expand trade opportunities between our country and the East African region. And the 4 imperatives the President spoke to, he said that we must invest in those projects, not because they are cheap, but because they are imperatives. And the imperatives because these are what will take our nation to the next level. And in so doing, Honorable Speaker, I'd requested your indulgence to allow me to just read what the President said of these things. That he said, Honorable Speaker, that we cannot continue funding such essential and capital-heavy infrastructure from our own budget because it will necessitate that we continue either to borrow or to overburden taxpayers with additional taxation. And he said we cannot continue funding essential infrastructure through unsustainable borrowing or overburdening taxpayers with additional taxes. But neither can we afford to postpone these imperatives without risking our future. We therefore can't afford to postpone these imperatives. And I have heard some naysayers saying, oh, it is possible to build all these things without borrowing. It is possible to do it from our revenues. Honorable Speaker, the same naysayers who will also tell us that we have so much resources that we raise and so much that we are spending in repaying our debt and repaying our other obligations under the Consolidated Fund Services. And the President went on to say that there is a need to be innovative in the use of national revenues at our disposal.
The revenues that we raise, we must be innovative in how we utilize them, but also in the deployment of national assets available to us and in creating public-private partnerships that will crowd in the enormous pool of private sector resources available regionally and globally. That is part of the objective of this bill, that we'll be able to crowd in the huge and immense resources that we have in the private sector, globally and regionally, to be able to raise more capital to invest in these capital-intensive projects. Honorable Speaker, the President went on to say that this is why we will establish the National Infrastructure Fund, whose architecture will be underpinned by the reforms in the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, which was passed by this House in August last year, and he indicated at that time that he would be signing that law the following day, and which I can confirm the President did assent to the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, which is now an Act of Parliament. And that is what is underpinning this National Infrastructure Fund. And he went on to say that this fund is a strategic solution that will provide a framework to innovatively scale up our resources to match our ambition. It will fulfill our manifesto commitment to rebuild Kenya's infrastructure while reducing reliance on debt. We will do this by using budgeted resources prudently and introducing a financing architecture that leverages capital markets, diversifies ownership through unlocking of national assets through privatization, and uses the public-private partnership frameworks to channel private capital into public priorities. Honorable Speaker, for decades, and I remember the President alluding to that also, Kenya has privatized major public assets. This is not the first time that we are privatizing public assets. You remember we privatized KPLC, we privatized Kengen, we privatized Safaricom, and the call then was for us as members of parliament and as legislators and policymakers to ask ourselves, what national asset exists today that we can show out of the privatization proceeds when we sold Safaricom, when we sold Kengen, when we sold KQ, or even KPLC. And we can't show anything, Honorable Speaker, because many of these privatization proceeds have always gone into financing our budget, and that money is spent either paying salaries or repaying part of our debt. And I must thank the President because he did commit that he will ensure any other privatization proceeds that we get from the sale of our national assets in the parastatals that are lined up for sale or for privatization, none, not a shilling, not a coin of that money will go either into repaying our public debt or into financing our budget to pay salaries or other recurrent expenditure, Honorable Speaker. And the President did say that the National Infrastructure Fund then will come in to break in that cycle. The cycle where you dispose of national assets and you have nothing tomorrow to show for it. And he said that all proceeds from the privatization will be ring-fenced, preserved, and reinvested into new infrastructure and wealth-creating assets. When ownership shifts to the private sector, Honorable Speaker, there is efficiency, and the benefits to the public, Honorable Speaker, don't diminish. Indeed, they multiply. And I have said here before, Honorable Speaker, I think when we were anticipating debate some time back on the sale of Safaricom shares, that if you look at the Safaricom before privatization, what it was, and the behemoth of an institution that Safaricom is today, courtesy of the privatization or the sale of shares by the government of Kenya to Vodacom and also during the IPO of Safaricom to private sector players. The efficiency that came into that company and many others, and you see the same efficiency will come into KPC and many other institutions that have been privatized, that private sector efficiency coming into the public sector is only beneficial, and it never diminishes the gains or the benefits to the public. It only multiplies the benefits. That is why today Safaricom, KPLC, Kengen are more efficient, they are employing more people, they are generating more wealth, not just to their shareholders, but also to this country. Safaricom pays taxes in hundreds of billions of shillings every year. Safaricom, when the telecom industry was a monopoly of telecom, the old KPTC, Kenya Post and Telecommunications, where Honorable Chepkonga used to work. You know, that KPTC, former KPTC, is a pale shadow of what Safaricom today is. Not to mention that there are other players that have also come into the market in that space of telcos, Airtel and all the others, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, the intent of this National Infrastructure Fund is to leverage not just on private sector expertise and capital, but also to multiply the benefits to the public of what we hold as public assets. And those in this house, like Honorable Amboka, who has just walked in, who superintend or who oversight our public investments in state corporations, will tell you there is a lot of wastage of public resources in many of the state corporations that are in this country, Honorable Speaker. And one of the ways to ensure that we stem this wastage is to inject private sector capital and private sector expertise and management into this space, Honorable Speaker. And that is part of what the intent of this fund. This fund will be managed by a board of directors or a board of management that will be, or one, the language in the bill is that the board shall be competitively recruited, Honorable Speaker. And if you go, those who have bothered to read the bill, Honorable Speaker, and I say those who have bothered to read the bill because many just speak out there without even reading the bill and saying, the board will have political appointees. This bill, Honorable Speaker, specifies the mode of appointment of the CEO. The board shall be recruited competitively from the private sector, Honorable Speaker, or independent board members, including the chair. In the past, Honorable Speaker, you know, chairs of boards and directors of boards have been nominated not in a very competitive manner, and we have seen a lot of political patronage in the appointment of chairs of boards. This, both the chair, the CEO, and all the independent directors or board members shall be recruited competitively, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that we have a board, a fund that is being managed in a very prudent manner and in a way that it gives priority to national or public interest, Honorable Speaker, other than political interests. Honorable Speaker, we are not the first nation to do this. And I think it's important to mention case examples, successful case examples of other funds like this that have done well. And this is a proven model that has worked in Australia. Australia's future fund is modeled around what we are doing today as a country. Therefore, when we say that we are moving from being a third world country to a first world country, it is not just in terms of the strategic interventions that have been made, but also in the legislation that we seek to make. And I must thank members because you are all here. We all participated in the enactment of the Government-Owned Enterprises Act. And I thank you for being here also to participate in the enacting of this National Infrastructure Fund. And I remember last year, if you remember, in his State of the Nation address, the President did challenge us that it is this generation, it is this 13th Parliament that will be remembered in the transformation of our Republic when this nation eventually transforms from being a third world country, Honorable Speaker. I have mentioned the Australia's Future Fund, Honorable Speaker. If you go to Singapore, and I know the road to Singapore or the transformation of a country from a third world to a first world nation has been christened as a journey to Singapore. The road to Singapore, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from my young old boy, the Honorable Clive Gisairo, who attended the Alliance High School years after I left. And now he has the audacity to shout from his seat. He should know I was in charge of discipline, and Honorable Speaker, now you're in charge of discipline, so please discipline me to read the bill and contribute to the bill. And I was giving examples, Honorable Speaker, of places where these such similar funds have worked. I've mentioned the Australia's Future Fund, Singapore itself. The Temasek in Singapore is such a fund that has also worked for their country in the transformation of their country. UAE's or the United Arab Emirates Mubadala demonstrates that commercially run public investment funds can grow national wealth and deliver transformative infrastructure. That is the other intent of this bill, Honorable Speaker, that we will have a public investment fund that will not only grow our national wealth, but will deliver on that transformative infrastructure in the development of dams for irrigation, for provision of water, in the provision, generation, distribution, and provision of energy to be able to drive the industrial transformation that we intend to have, Honorable Speaker, which we have spoken for over the years. Honorable Speaker, I have had cases or a story being told of the investment. Almost, I don't know, a few $1 billion investment that was to come to Naivasha. And I wish the member of Naivasha was here. I hear there is a neighbor from Naivasha in Njoro who is behind me, the member for Njoro. The county of Nakuru was to benefit from a project worth billions of dollars in the provision of a data center or the construction and investment of a data center. But the only reason why that project has not taken off, Honorable Speaker, or could not take off, is because we didn't have the energy. And it was built with a huge investment in the geothermal wells in Olkaria, and those in Menengai. Probably we had enough energy to run that data center. But it became clear to the investors and to us as a country that we did not even have a third of the energy that was required. That data center had the potential to employ hundreds of thousands of Kenyans directly and many others indirectly, leave alone the immense FDI or foreign direct investment that would have come into this economy. But we lost that because we didn't have enough energy. It is that investment in generation of energy, distribution of energy that we must put in. It is that investment in that extension of SGR, our ports, both seaports and airports, Honorable Speaker. Look at the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, because every crisis comes with an opportunity, Honorable Speaker. The most efficient of world airlines are in the Gulf region. Qatar Airlines, Etihad, Emirates of this world. Today, they are all grounded for the last 3 or so days. People are stuck in Dubai, others in Europe and elsewhere. They have planes that Kenya Airways doesn't have, but they can't move. What if we had an efficient Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, state-of-the-world, Moi International Airport in Mombasa, world-class airport at Moi Airport in Eldoret, Kisumu International Airport, or even the one in Lokichogi, Honorable Speaker? Those are the opportunities that we miss today because we slackened or we delayed in making deliberate, huge infrastructural investments, be it in the development of our roads infrastructure or our sea and airports. But we cannot afford, Honorable Speaker, to wait anymore. We cannot afford, Honorable Speaker, to leave to what many want to tell us, that, oh, I've heard some tell us here that, oh, Mwai Kibaki built one highway called Thika Road that was built at a cost of 28 billion shillings. And forget to tell us that Mwai Kibaki had the pre-2010 constitution. He never had any obligation to send 400 billion shillings every year to counties. And maybe for those who join this house later, than me and my friend Nelson here, or yourself, Honorable Speaker, may not know that this is the 13th, in the 11th Parliament, the then chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, fine gentleman, man of God, the Reverend Mutava Musimi, led the Budget and Appropriations Committee then, which was comprised of about 51 members then, around the country, auditing the implementation of the 2010 Constitution. And I would invite those who speak for political expediency many a times to speak to the gallery, to take their time, because that report is here in the table office, to go and read that report. then you will see the dichotomy that is there before the 2010 Constitution and the challenges of administrations that came post the 2010 Constitution, or the administrations in this country that will have to implement the 2010 Constitution. Then you will understand, so that when you are speaking out there to seek cheap publicity, political publicity, Honorable Speaker, that sense may come back to you to speak as a leader, not as a politician. Speak to what is right. Speak to what is good for the country. Because these four imperatives that were spoken to us here in the State of the Nation address last year are not national imperatives for one leader or for this parliament. They are national imperatives for this generation of leaders and the next generation of Kenyans and generations to come. And that is why someone once said that politicians look at the next general election. That is why you'll hear people say things that they think will excite the masses for the next election. That is why you'll hear them talk about terms with no agenda, with no plan, with no thinking as to what they have for the country, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Mbui and Undo.
It is, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ondo is very innocent. You know, Honorable Ondo listens to contributions because he makes sensible contributions in the House. It is those who are shouting because they know what they usually shout out there, who are shouting. I do not need to name them. They know themselves. It is like those who are celebrating the death of a colleague to make political capital in a rally in Nyahururu. Shame on them, Honorable Speaker. And shame on that person who was also shouting here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill or this fund, how will it be financed? And I'm saying this for the benefit of the member for Kajiado North, that this fund will be financed with proceeds from privatization and disposal of government assets. So the proceeds of the IPO of KPC will not go to pay salaries for members of parliament or pay your mileage on a bongoyo. This money will come into this fund. Neither will the proceeds, should this House approve the partial divestiture of Safaricom by the government of Kenya, the money that will be raised will also come into this fund. Two, there will be parliamentary appropriations, and it is you as members of parliament who appropriate money into this fund as a source of fund. And of course, there are also, if you read in the bill, part 4 of the bill, part 6 of the bill, you also see that there also be other monies from any other source provided for or donated or lent to the fund, or even such fees, monies, or assets as may accrue to or be vested in the fund in the course of the exercise of its powers or the performance of its functions under the Act, should it become an Act, or under any other written law. Honorable Speaker, the establishment of this fund will significantly enhance the country's capacity to deliver, as I said, on transformative infrastructure projects in roads, railways, energy, water infrastructure, and other strategic national assets across the country. And Honorable Speaker, for those who have cared to go through the bill, if you read part 4 of the bill, the board of the bill is mandated to develop an investment policy, and it is this investment policy which must be approved by the Cabinet Secretary, and the Cabinet Secretary means the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary. It is this investment policy that will prioritize sectors that are proposed for development to ensure that there is equity across the nation, Honorable Speaker. 2, they will specify the proposed projects and see any existing incomplete projects from the previous investment policy to ensure that if they are proposed new projects, you must first complete any that were in the previous investment policy before you invest in new programs or projects, Honorable Speaker. 4 is also to give the expected rate of return on investment on specific projects. And this is to ensure also that money is prudently and transparently invested and in a way prudently invested in a way that there is a good return. And therefore, there must be a proper evaluation of the investments that are to be invested in to make sure that you do not deplete this fund. It will also specify the asset allocation and portfolio distribution and the exposure limits per sector and per project, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the board will also adopt an investment plan that will be based on the national strategic objectives, Honorable Speaker. And this investment plan, for instance, is the first board will be informed by what has already been debated in this House, those 4 strategic interventions that the President spoke to in the State of the Nation address, in ensuring that we invest in our human capital and education. Because, Honorable Speaker, the cost of education, not just in this country, globally, is very expensive. But it has been said that if you want to know how expensive education is, try ignorance or try not educate your country, then you know then how expensive it could be if you do not educate. And therefore, we must invest in the education of our children. We must invest in water resources management, either through the construction of those 50 mega dams and the 200 medium-sized dams, generation of electricity, and also the growth of our industries, Honorable Speaker, through that generated power to create jobs for the youth that then we educate. And therefore, this bill is creating the provision under Part 3 that the board will have that responsibility of adopting an investment plan that will be based on those national strategic objectives. And that plan, Honorable Speaker, will form the basis of the annual performance contracts which the board must sign between them and the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury. Because we want to hold people to account. And that is why the bill has those particular imperatives that you must have a performance contract signed between the board so that we measure and evaluate how they are doing. If you promised us a certain rate of return, if you promised us delivery of certain infrastructure projects, if you are not able to do it, Honorable Speaker, when you are being evaluated, and for those who have cared to go through the performance evaluation in clause 20 of this bill, you will see that the bill provides for a very good mechanism of evaluating their performance, having a performance-based contract for the board and the management of this fund, Honorable Speaker, and also ensuring, as I said earlier, that there is competitive recruitment of both the board and the secretariat that will manage this fund, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that we have the best. And that is why you see even in the board, if you are Kemani Shongwa or Robert Mbui, and you have served in a political office or have been affiliated with a political party in the last 5 years, including those who serve as party officials, you cannot and you shall not be nominated for appointment to this board, because we must protect. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from this member for Kajiado North, Honorable Ngogoyo. And you know Honorable Ngogoyo was an MCA in Kajiado, and I had visited his ward when he was an MCA there.
Order.
It was ordinary for...
When I look at the screen here, my presumption was that you really want to contribute on this matter and order and say, but I only see you talking across you should communicate through the chair. And in any case, for God's sake, if you have some good ideas about this private infrastructural fund, then if you don't have a card, come and tell me that you don't have a card. And I'll pick you so that you can also make your contributions.
Honorable Speaker.
This is a house of debate. And the debate is also structured, it's done in a disciplined way. My Honorable Mbui, I'm sure you know that. This is your third term in the House. Proceed, Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Robert Mbui is the one to blame, because he turned next to Honorable Ngogoyo, and Ngogoyo, being a first-time member, may think in the House you just sit and shout one term or two term. Honorable Mbui is the one who should be helping Ngogoyo to tell him to read the bill and contribute to what is in the bill. And what is in the bill, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that this fund is not misused. The bill has also put mechanisms in place which will include the fund being audited by the Auditor General, and that Auditor General will report to you as members of Parliament. You know, you are the ones who oversight the Auditor General, and all her reports, all the reports of the Office of the Auditor General end up in this House. Therefore, you will have your place in making sure that whatever is audited comes to this House. That is why you see diligent people, chairs of committees like Honorable Amboka is very keen to listen, because he knows these reports will come to him in his Public Investments Committee or PAC, for that matter. Two, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that there is no overdrawing of this fund. You cannot overdraw this fund, Honorable Speaker, and that is an imperative that we are legislating in law here. Also to ensure that we cap the expenditure in the fund, that it shall never and it cannot exceed its annual income. Therefore, when the fund is established, they have a secretariat. If anybody imagines that is the opportunity to go and start buying buildings in town or buying cars for the chairman and directors and CEOs and whoever else, we shall regulate how much you can expend, and it must be within what you are generating. Two is a ring-fence withdrawal, as I said, even in terms of investments. What kind of projects are you investing in? Are they properly evaluated? Do they have a return? Are they commercially viable? Those are the issues, Honorable Speaker. Five is also to ensure that there is reinvestment of any surplus, so that if we have any surplus from the fund, that money doesn't just hang around like used to happen in many parastatals. And I must thank the National Treasury. In the last 2 years, Honorable Speaker, they have been able to mop up a lot of surplus funds in many of our public investments. And therefore, this fund, we're also saying, just like all other public investment funds, if there's any surplus, it must be reinvested to keep growing the fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I could belabor too many points in the bill, and I want to imagine that many members have read this bill and are aware of the provisions of what is in the bill. I would just implore on all of us to support this bill, because it is establishing a very structured and transparent process that also identifies, evaluates, and even an approval process and financing of infrastructure projects in the country. And if you go through clauses 21 to 25, that very detailed structure and framework has been established, and one that will ensure there's transparency, even in how you identify projects, how you evaluate those projects, how they are approved, all that is put in the bill, and how those projects will be financed. Honorable Speaker, I mentioned the issue of the investment policy, which will be done and will subsist for a period of 5 years. Therefore, just allow me, Honorable Speaker, to conclude by saying that this fund is within the powers that have been vested by our Constitution to this House. And Honorable Speaker, you know our Constitution in Article 206, sub-Article 1A, empowers Parliament to establish other public funds for a specific purpose through an act of Parliament. And that is why I began by giving the genesis of where this fund is coming from, right from the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. When we campaigned around the country, we went to every village, every county in this country. And we told the Kenyan people that we will have a national infrastructure fund which we shall utilize to grow our economy. And you know where the economy was at that time, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, what we are doing today, this bill is giving effect to this constitutional provision by creating that very well-structured and accountable framework for infrastructure financing in the country without overburdening either the Kenyan people through additional taxes or overburdening future generations through additional funding. Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude by just giving a simple example, and I gave you the example of the opportunity that we would have had if Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Moi International Airport, Kisumu International Airport, the airport in Lokichogio, the airport in Eldoret and Mombasa, were state-of-the-art airports with good runways to accommodate your Airbus 320s and 330s and all the huge Boeing jets that are stuck around the world. It has been estimated, probably, Honorable Speaker, a new airport would cost us, or rebuilding of the JKI would cost us about 200 billion shillings. It would be very easy, Honorable Speaker, today to raise the 200 billion shillings or the 100 billion shillings that was raised from the IPO from Kenya Pipeline, and the 200 and something billion shillings that will be raised from Safaricom partial divestiture should it be approved by this House. Take 200 billion shillings and we go and build an airport. Yet people in the northern parts of Kenya are starving. Animals are dying there every day, including parts of our coastal region, areas like Magarini and other areas in Kwale. And even other parts in upcountry, even in parts of central Kenya, there are people who are starving because of the drought that was there. Thank God there are rains. So the competing priorities that we have as a country, we must decide, do we pay school capitation for our children, or do we go and build an airport? And we could easily get the 200 billion shillings from the IPO and invest it in building an airport. We have that railway to nowhere that's tolled around Dukamoja after Suswa. It is not giving us a return on the investment that the Kenyan public put in the building of that railway. For it to be meaningful and give us a return on investment, it must be able to connect our port in Mombasa to the port in Kisumu and to the hinterland, landlocked countries in the Great Lakes region, Uganda, DRC, and the others. Therefore, with all these competing priorities, Honorable Speaker, do we finish building a dam in Galana Kulalu and provide food to the starving Kenyans, including hay to animals that are starving in parts of our country, or do we build the airport? It is possible to chew gum and scale the stairs at the same time, Honorable Speaker. That is what this fund is speaking to. This fund is inviting us to be able to chew gum and scale the stairs, to be able not to overburden the Kenyan public with additional taxes or additional borrowing, but also at the same time to invest in very capital-intensive infrastructure projects, that the building of a new airport, completion of that railway, SGR railway, completion of the dual carriage roads that we have mentioned, be it Mausami to Rironi, be it Marwa to Nanyuki, to Isiolo, to Meru, back to Makutano, be it the one in Gong, Karen, and back to Gong Road. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, what will this fund do? Because I've had many people ask that. Okay, so you are telling us you have a national infrastructure fund and you privatize companies, state-owned companies, put the money in the fund. Then you have told us you will not pay debt from that fund, you will not pay salaries, it will not be budgetary support fund. Instead of getting 200 billion shillings to go and invest in the building of a new JKI or a new airport here in Nairobi, any person that you invite to do a public-private partnership, even in the private sector, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know you are a very successful business person, you know, that whatever investment you make, Honorable Speaker, people leverage on equity. And people will have equity, then they go out and borrow. I'll have my 1 billion shillings, I want to invest in a 5 billion shillings project. That constitutes 20% of the investment in that project. So long as it's commercially viable, I go to the market, I raise another 4 billion shillings, then the project pays for itself. That is all government intends to do with this fund. The 200 billion shillings you raise from Safaricom or from Kenya Pipeline, instead of taking that 200 billion shillings, paying salaries, buying relief food, paying for our school capitation, we continue doing that as we have been doing through our locally raised revenues and what we are borrowing domestically and externally. But since the construction of an airport today is a huge commercial opportunity, and I alluded to that, supposing we had those efficient airports, all those world airlines in the Gulf had the opportunity today to use Kenya or Nairobi as their operation hub. You can imagine one airline going to Europe probably needs 3 sets of crews. That crew would need to be accommodated in hotels in Nairobi for them to come and change shifts. Imagine the investment opportunity in hotels, in our hospitality industry. Our taxis, our Uber drivers, having this hub as a connecting hub now between those countries where there is war and the rest of the world, Honorable Speaker. Today, somebody who was going to the US through Emirates or Qatar cannot. But if Qatar could operate from Nairobi, is a business opportunity and a commercially viable opportunity, Honorable Speaker. And that is what I'm saying. If we take, say, we need 200 billion shillings to invest in a new airport. If we invite Honorable Robert Mbui as a private investor to come and invest in the airport, all Mbui will need is 50 billion shillings. Then he will go out and raise from the capital markets and financial markets another 150 billion shillings. That is the opportunity we want to tap into, Honorable Speaker. That we can have our 200 billion shillings, instead of investing a lot of it in that airport, we will take our 50 billion shillings, invite a private investor who will bring in the efficiency of the private sector to bring their 20 or 30 billion shillings, buy equity into that project of a new airport. And that new project will leverage on the equity that you have and the capital that you have to raise probably 5-fold or 10-fold the money that you are holding and be able to efficiently run a new airport that will repay itself. Therefore, instead of investing 200 billion shillings into one project, that 200 billion shillings can go into 10 projects. And that is how the President, in his State of the Nation address last year, for those who care to remember, alluded to how you can invest 5 trillion shillings in the next few years by leveraging on what we raise from our public assets that we privatize, leverage on that, raise more capital, invest in those capital-heavy infrastructure projects that will further grow our economy and create job opportunities for millions of our young people, whom we are very happy to keep lying to as we lecture them out there, telling them, oh, you will get jobs. Oh, go to school. We are paying for you school fees. You finish your schooling and you get jobs. But there will be no jobs if you don't grow this economy. And you will not grow this economy by taxing Kenyans or over-borrowing. You will not. It is true. And Robert Mbui was telling us 2 years ago during the finance bill that you cannot tax the people to death. That is what now we are inviting you. Don't tax Kenyans to death. Let us have innovative new financing ways, models that have worked elsewhere, that have worked in UAE, that have worked in Singapore, that have worked in Australia, that have worked in Germany and other countries around the world. Because we aspire to be a first world country, that aspiration must be backed by solid legislation like this. Solid legislation that will ensure that we protect our public assets. Solid legislation that will ensure that the assets we privatize, that money does not go to waste. And generations to come will see a new SGR, will see a new airport, we'll see dams in Galana Kulalu, we'll see dams in Tana River, in Kilifi. We'll see a nation that feeds itself.
Yeah, give him an additional 2 minutes just to wrap it up.
Honorable Speaker was saying a nation that will be able to feed itself. That will not happen by accident, Honorable Speaker. It must be deliberate and conscious effort by leaders. And I say by leaders, Honorable Speaker, because politicians will tend to speak to what they think will be exciting to the gallery. I want to invite you, honorable ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of parliament, please desist from the temptation to be politicians. I know next year is an electoral year, but Kenyans will remember you for the legislation like this that you passed that protected the assets, grew the economy, and secured the future of our children. And I say our children for those of us who have children, and those of us who have young children, for that matter. Because I know some of us have children who are as old as me. But those with young children...
Order, MD, Majority Leader.
Sorry?
If it were not for politics, you would not be addressing this House. But there's good politics and there's bad politics.
There's good, yes,
so
Honorable
make the
Speaker, thank
distinction.
you. There's good politics, but there's backward politics. Retrogressive politics. That only seeks to excite the masses without speaking truth to them. I hear people saying, oh, I want to speak truth to power. Also speak truth to the people. Because the power belongs to the people. Power comes from the people. If you do not speak truth to them, they will punish you and punish you next year. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the very intelligent chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee, a leader, not just a politician, a leader par excellence, a first-class honor student, second-term member of parliament serving the people of Molo, and doing exemplary well in Molo. And I say that because I have investments in Molo and I know what is happening in Molo, Honorable Speaker. A man who has dedicated his life to the transformation of this country. The member for Molo, my namesake, the Honorable Kuria Kimani. And the chair of Finance Committee will second this motion. And he's a great man. Wait and...
Thank you very much, my leader of majority. And you forgot to mention, there are only less than 150 FCPAs in this country, and I'm one of them in this house. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second this particular bill, the National Infrastructure Bill, Bill number 1 of 2026. Honorable Speaker, to pick from where the leader of majority party left, we have been living a lie as a country, telling ourselves that we can develop our country from the revenues that we collect and the loans that we seek, whether domestically or in foreign loans. Honorable Speaker, in this financial year, we anticipate to collect 3.32 trillion shillings as ordinary revenue. Out of this, 1.098 trillion will go to repayment of, not repayment, will go to payment of interest on loans, not the principal, interest on loans, 1.098 trillion. These are loans that were taken for the Eurobond, that did the infrastructure, some of the infrastructure that we see, and for loans that some were stolen, the proverbial 2 billion shillings that were being stolen every day. 205.2 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, goes to payment of pensions. Honorable Speaker, another space that has been managed by previous administrations has been the issue of pensions. For a very long time, even now, members of this House have messages from their teachers who are retired, from police officers who are retired, from army officers who are retired, trying to tell them, please help me get my pension. So why is it not possible that our teachers, our civil servants are retiring and the money that they saved as their pension is not available? It's because, Honorable Speaker, we have kept budgeting for monies for our pension in our annual budgets. And for a very long time, until this administration enacted or started the public pension superannuation scheme that now sets aside both the contributions of the employee and the contribution of employer to a kitty, to a fund, so that when these people go on retirement, that money is available to pay them. Both the lumps of money and the monthly pension, Honorable Speaker, is available. Our contingent, the money that we send to our counties, Honorable Speaker, in terms of equitable share, is around 405 billion shillings a year, Honorable Chairperson. Our recurrent expenditures is around 960 billion shillings. These are the salaries we pay for our teachers, the police officers, and all the other civil servants, Honorable Speaker. When you take out all these statutory deductions, which fall the first charge in our other revenue, the only money left for development is 29.8 billion shillings. For information, Honorable Speaker, 29 billion shillings can only build between 30 to 90 kilometers of roads. So if we continue staying and living the way we are doing, if we continue running the economy the way we are running, we would only be able to build a partially 30 to 90 kilometers per year, Honorable Speaker. And that's why the reckoning call is, how do we balance the need for development expenditures, the need to honor our constitutional mandates, whether it is the acquisition fund or our pension obligations or our salaries for the current expenditure, Honorable Speaker, or the capitation for schools, without doing what Kenyans told us to do, not to do. They do not want additional taxation. They do not additional borrowing. So how then do we grow our country? Do we do our infrastructure when balancing this particular interest, Honorable Speaker? That's why, Honorable Speaker, the National Infrastructure Fund bill is a game changer in this particular matter, Honorable Speaker. The fund is being proposed to achieve several purposes. One is to scale up and accelerate development of a catalytic national infrastructure, like our national highways, our railway networks, our air and seaports, our electricity generation, our transmission and distribution, water reservoirs, irrigation, and even agribusiness infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, I've had a chance to canvass this country when processing the partial diversity of Safaricom shares, and during this infrastructure fund bill, we did 30 counties, Honorable Speaker. And we traveled from West Pokot to Wajir to Marsabit. And we also went to Nyeri and Murang'a and Nakuru and Baringo and everywhere else, Honorable Speaker. And it's like we live in different countries. For some countries, for some counties, for some constituencies, we have tarmac roads going to every homestead. We have homesteads that have had tapped water since independence. Not since Kenya Kwanza administration, not since Kibaki's administration, but they have had tapped water, Honorable Speaker. But once you go to other parts of the country, it's extremely dry. Some constituencies don't have even a smallest inch of tarmac. Some counties, Honorable Chairperson, are not even connected to the national grid of electricity. Honorable Speaker, the reality is now, how do we ensure that the counties and the constituencies that have tarmac and now need social infrastructure get the social infrastructure they need, but at the same time, those constituencies, those counties that need the hard infrastructure, like roads, like dams, like electricity, get that without, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, increasing taxation for taxpayers or increasing debt, Honorable Chairperson. And that's why this bill is meant now to reduce the reliance on public debt for the financing of commercially viable infrastructure investments, to strengthen the national capacity for irrigation, structuring and execution of large and complex infrastructure projects, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, the bill represents a pivotal moment in our nation's quest for sustainable, debt-light infrastructure development. And as chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, I'm very proud that I'm midwifing this bill that will have the most consequential impact of our country. Honorable Speaker, let me remind you that a few years ago we had one of the most successful then debts that was acquired by this country, Honorable Speaker, the Eurobond. The Eurobond was approximately 200 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker. And this is a payment that if
Once you are told there is no money, you have to wait. Sometimes you're told to wait for the budget, but even from the budget, the money would not be available. So today, we debate a very important bill which seeks to establish money for development that we need in the rural constituencies like yesterday. This is where we will draw our roads from. This is where we will draw our water from. This is where we will get our electricity from. And there cannot be any meaningful development in any area of this country if those three factors are actually missing. Therefore, this bill is timely. It's timely also because what we seek to do, and especially the sources of the money, are what we would call questionable investments by our government. Remember, the government doesn't own any farms. In fact, it's always also a misnomer for the government to invest in certain companies, which we call parastatals, unless those are high-yielding companies where the government reaps real profit. Today, as we speak, we are the Kenya pipeline, where we have disposed of some of the shares. If you were asked how the money derived, the profit derived from KPC, what it is, where it goes, nobody would have answered. Because this is just ordinary income like any other, which is subsumed into daily expenses of the country. Now with this act, we know very well that if we do such a divestiture, if we sell in layman's language through IPOs, we know where the money would go and we would be asking for it from that particular pass. The same with the KBC, absolutely. Today, KBC, what is KBC? What does it exactly do? But it's a very important asset for this country. When it comes to divestiture, when it comes to generating income, which will go towards developing the country in terms of infrastructure, roads, water, and electricity. You've actually had the chairman of finance stating that we need water to move this country forward. We need dams. But where do we get the money from? Borrowing or taxation? Sincerely, we must support the lead of majority to say we have taxed Kenyans enough. We do not want any more taxation. Let's look for innovative ways of getting money which we can use for our development. We've also borrowed enough. The country is reeling from debts. Therefore, we must again think outside the box. And I allowed His Excellency the President, because severally he has said he will bite the bullet. He will make some of the most unpopular decisions which will become extremely popular in the long term. One such decision is to actually come up with this bill through the cabinet and the lead of majority, whereby we will now cushion money for development into a fund known as the National Infrastructure Fund. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support this bill wholeheartedly, and I urge the members to equally support it. Thank you very much.
MP Foyata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From onset, I raised to support the bill. I have specific reasons why I support this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, if you look at countries like South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, Brazil, Indonesia, and many other progressive nations, Mr. Speaker, they have a fund on infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at our country today, if you go to the rural areas, they ask you for energy. They ask you for roads. They ask you for, electricity, water, and all these very essential item, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at our country today, we are borrowing a lot. We are borrowing from Eurobond, borrowing from Chinese and many other nations, Mr. Speaker. So with this particular bill, we are going to reduce over-reliance on borrowing. We'll be able to reduce the pressure on debt, Mr. Speaker. And through that, our people will feel the relief on repaying debts. And that's why this is a very essential bill, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, through this particular bill, we are going to attract international investors who are going to support in driving the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, through the bill, we'll be able to generate jobs. And we can imagine today, many of the young people are struggling to get jobs, Mr. Speaker. And the jobs will be generated through energy, roads, and all other sectors like agriculture, Mr. Speaker, because with the water is a recipe for agricultural growth, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, through this particular bill, we'll be able to align ourselves with the Vision 2030, Mr. Speaker. Those who have read Vision 2030, we talk of key sectors, energy, roads, rails, and that is what is going to boost the GDP of this country, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, any patriot who means well for Kenya, Mr. Speaker, should support this particular bill. And to summarize my only summary, I want to say that through the bill, we are going to reduce the debt pressure that many Kenyans, particularly taxpayers, are experiencing. And this is going to give us a lot of freedom when it comes to ensuring there is health, when it comes to the pay slip, which is currently squeezed because of the urge to pay the debts that we have, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, we'll be able to mobilize private capital. Public-private partnership will be a reality through this particular bill. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I say any patriot should support, because through this particular bill will ensure timely project completion. Most of our projects are stalled because of lack of funds. We are talking of mega dams that we have been yearning to have, like in Yata Dam, has never started, simply because we don't have funds for that, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, we have many other stadiums, Ngeno stadiums, and many other mega projects, even Thwake Dam, Mr. Speaker, which have stalled. So through this particular infrastructure fund, we are going to jumpstart these essential projects that have stalled and be able to guarantee their completion, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, there will be long-term national development, which will be more structured than it is today. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the bill, and I urge members who mean well for Kenya and future generations to support the bill. Thank you.
Madam Phyllis Barto, followed by Nyoro. Barto, are you in the chambers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this infrastructure bill. And it reminds me of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, whereby it has provided for disposal of assets. But sometimes it becomes problematic. But when I read through this infrastructure bill, I am seeing there is going to be a very good connection between the disposal of public assets and and depositing these funds in a fund which is going to translate it to be meaningful. And Mr. Speaker, I support this because, one, it is going to put the money into a very useful means of developing the country. We have been doing budgets year in, year out, Mr. Speaker, but we have not been able to actualize development in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, for how long are we going to wait? For how long are we going to compare ourselves with other countries like Singapore, like the first one, like America, like China? if we don't make a decision and see how we can do it ourselves without waking up every day to go and borrow in those other countries. I think, Mr. Speaker, Kenya has come of age, and it's a high time it can stand on its feet and prioritize on its development using the resources which are locally available in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this infrastructure fund is going to be run by an established board. And in this board, it has structures in how to utilize these resources. One thing I really like about it is the identification of projects in the entire country. Mr. Speaker, we have had stalled projects in the entire Kenya. Every year we have new projects and others are left out. This infrastructure bill clearly stipulates on how this is going to be done. That infrastructure is going to be identified. There is going to be a policy, and whenever the projects are not complete, they are carried forward to the next financial year. So nothing is going to be left undeveloped. Currently, like in my constituency, there are so many projects which are incomplete. They are hanging at different stages. I always transfer offices looking for or sourcing. I always call it scavenging in offices looking for resources to complete these projects. I think it is going to cure a very big problem. I think it is going to make sure that development is done in a unified manner. It is going to bring unity in Kenya. And how I hope that in this infrastructure bill, we are going to realize in development of roads connecting us from Nairobi to Mombasa. We are going to have very good roads connecting us from Nairobi to other borders of Kenya. Our airports, Mr. Speaker, are in dilapidated state. It is very embarrassing that we always take off from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and when we land in airports like Amsterdam, we get perplexed at how they are advanced. You go to Kisumu Airport, you go to Eldoret Airport, they just look like small restaurants. I hope in this infrastructure fund, it is going to take us to higher levels, to have airports which are admirable, to have airports which we are going to also use to generate more income to develop Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, I only support this bill, and I support the infrastructure fund, and I'm looking forward to a Kenya where we will have a very beautiful country, a well-developed country with equity, with enough resources, and a country to be proud of, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I support the bill.
The Honorable Ndini Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance to contribute. Honorable Speaker, anytime there is a new bill, there must be a problem, and there must be a solution you are trying to prescribe. I have read the entire bill, Honorable Speaker, word to word. And I've sat here listening to both the mover and the second, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening and reading the bill, one of the issues it is highlighting is about infrastructure. And you're talking here about roads, airports, and of course water and electrification or energy. But Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to know that reading the bill, all the things that you are purporting to want to do are already being done by Kenya. And all the other things in terms of revenue-raising measures that are being put forward, we also do, except one which I highlight, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, since independence, Kenya is a respected economy. When it comes to roads, Kenya is the number 3 best paved economy in Africa in terms of paved roads. Only second from South Africa and Nigeria, Honorable Speaker. When it comes to energy and electrification, Kenya is actually number 2 in the entire Eastern Central Africa and actually number 1 in Eastern Africa. And therefore, when it comes to infrastructure, Kenya has always done what it needs to do without the need of introducing a new bill or a new entity with very weak oversight. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, what is it that we are trying to cure or prescribe? Honorable Speaker, our economy is solid out of budget. I was sitting here listening to the contributors and especially the mover in the seconder. And we are here telling Kenyans about how Kenya has not been able to do many things because there was no this kind of bill. But Honorable Speaker, all the development, infrastructural development of our country has always been done and done through the budget. And therefore, when we talk about we need this to build roads, I think we are misleading Kenyans. Kenya has always done this. Honorable Speaker, the second point. Everything in this bill is always and has always been done by Kenya, except one thing. That now, Kenya wants to move away from recording our debt in one book of debt. We are now opening another debt book, which we are calling Infrastructure Fund, Honorable Speaker. In the long run, Honorable Speaker, what we are trying to do is not out of the examples that were given. We are trying to do much more like what Ghana did and Senegal did. In fact, Honorable Speaker, the right and correct title of this bill is actually National Illegal Borrowing Fund. Because what we are seeking to do is these fancy words that are being thrown here. One word that I've heard is called crowding in. The second one is called leverage. Honorable Speaker, these are synonyms of borrowing. That we now want to borrow more than we are borrowing. We continue borrowing more in the actual book, but we open a different book, Honorable Speaker, on the side. Honorable Speaker, this is incompetence that we are trying to cover up here, Honorable Speaker. For the work that has not been done for the last 4 years, we want now to create a cover for that incompetence. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is now borrowing 1.25 trillion Kenya shillings a year. We are therefore borrowing 4 billion Kenya shillings every day. The first question should be, because according to PFM Act, we should always borrow for infrastructural development. Where is the 4 billion shillings going to, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, because I see my time is almost up, let me go to some of the examples that were given. And I was seated here waiting to hear something different from what I've read. What I have heard, Honorable Speaker, is actually, I don't think the mover, especially, understands this bill. Because the example number one I had is Future Fund from Australia. The second one is Mubadala from UAE, Honorable Speaker. And the third one is Temasek. Those three companies are investment companies, Honorable Speaker. They are not infrastructure funds. And that is why when you go to a company like Mubadala is the number one investor, for example. It has invested in companies like Tencent, like Alibaba, and the rest. Honorable Speaker, this is very far. It is the other polar of Mubadala, Temasek, and Future Fund.
You have 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, what I'm just trying to say is that the examples we are floating around here is totally misleading. Whereas Mubadala and Future Fund and Temasek of Singapore, their work is to invest and actually get returns for the country. This other fund, what is purporting to do, is to raise funds through this parliament, to raise funds through privatization, but not to invest, Honorable Speaker. It is to leverage, crowding, which are actually synonyms of borrowing, Honorable Speaker. Now we want to give somebody a pass and a throughway to borrow 5 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, and determine how it is spent. Our 4 trillion budget is oversighted by this budget, by this parliament. 400 billion Kenya shillings in equitable share is oversighted by the National Assembly, by Senate, by 47 county assemblies, and here we are debating on how to hand over 5 trillion Kenya shillings into an individual, Honorable Speaker. You cannot be patriotic and support this kind of reckless experimentation, Honorable Speaker.
although I'm not an ex-official member of this House, this is one moment I would have loved to be on the other side. To rebut a lot of the things you said. I know infrastructure has been going on in this country, but in your region, not in my region, not in the rest of the country. It's been because, and in any case, Mubadala is a wholly government-owned. It's a wholly government of Emirates, or anyway. I don't want to start the debate from this side. I'm still chairing the House here. Madam Sabina Chege and then Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. Sabina Chege. How I wish I was not on the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, one thing that I thank God is that I was able to be in Azimio team. And being in Azimio team, I was able to travel across the nation. And I just want to echo what you have said. As my colleague said, there's development in Kenya. Not all parts of Kenya are developed. And even if I go to my own county, Murang'a, the road networks that the honorable member from Kiaru is enjoying are not similar with the honorable member from Kandara. So we still need roads. We still need electricity network, Mr. Speaker. For someone to purport to say like what we have in Kenya is self-sustainable. Mr. Speaker, we all know, even with Mau Mau roads that cut across our Murang'a, Nyeri, and Kiambu County, going all the way to Laikipia, Mr. Speaker, why the road stopped is because there was not enough money. And Mr. Speaker, for us to be able to complete these roads where our people are making a lot of noise, Mr. Speaker, we must have a way of financing. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't keep on borrowing from other countries where we have homemade solution. And Mr. Speaker, this infrastructure bill is going to help us to do the national highways, and especially when we are talking about the Mau Summit. I know I might be privileged that when I'm going home, I have the Thika Superhighway, where we are also waiting to have the expressway from Thika to Nairobi. But it's a pity that our colleagues, when they are going all the way through Nakuru, all the way, Mr. Speaker, they can spend a whole night and another day. So as we talk about infrastructure, as we talk about development in this nation, we must make sure that this development reaches everyone. With this bill, Mr. Speaker, there is provision of a team or directors who are going to be in charge of this, this fund. And so you can't just say that you're handling a blank check to an individual, because there's a team. There's also an opportunity for Parliament also to oversight and see how the money is being utilized, Mr. Speaker. And so as I support this bill, I'll say this, Mr. Speaker. It is the high time that we support the bill. It is the high time that we stop borrowing from outside or relying on other countries, but making sure that we have a local solution, a domestic solution, Mr. Speaker. And so while we are able to work with the private sector, where we are able to look for solutions to help our people, I hope we will not take this fund and start politicizing it. We must look at the cup as half full, not half empty, Mr. Speaker. And also trust on our own institution, Mr. Speaker. We can't just say that the other countries did this, but we have solutions. Mr. Speaker, it is in record that some of these countries, when we even talk about Singapore, as at some point they were together with Kenya. But what happens to our own as Kenyans? Any project, any proposal, we normally have the naysayers. We normally have people who their work is just to oppose. But Mr. Speaker, not looking at the bigger picture to see how we can be able to develop this country and to have a positive mind and positive energy. So as we debate, I am hoping that we don't politicize this bill. I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, that we look at a way that we are having homemade solution. And we have a chance to make sure that where we go, our people are asking for water, they're asking for electricity, they want conducive education environment. You have seen classes and students, Mr. Speaker, even today, who are still under the trees. We are working at our airport, Mr. Speaker. How are we able to finance our airport? And we know Kenya Airways used to be the leading airline in Africa. And what is a big challenge, Mr. Speaker, is that we only have now only one landing place, and we need to expand our airport, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about food security, today I had a privilege, Mr. Speaker, to even go and visit one of our genetics offices, animal genetics in Kabete, Mr. Speaker. We only need to give them a few more coins so that they can be able to go train the farmers on how to be able to have even better cows and better species and better genes, Mr. Speaker. How are we going to finance this? We have our own homegrown solution. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the people of this House to look at it positively. We as this House has a chance to come up with a solution that within the next 5 years we can sit back and say we contributed to something positive, and now Kenya can be able to be self-sustainable with oversight in this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again I support.
Honorable Mbui, MP for Kadiani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the chairman of Finance, the Honorable Kimani Kuria, he actually said that we've been living a lie. And I want to agree with him because Kenya has become actually an experimental guinea pig by this regime. They attempted to overtax Kenyans, it didn't work. They proceeded to borrow, they've reached the limit. Now they've changed the term of borrowing, it's now called securitization and all sorts of other terms. It is also not working. So we've settled on selling everything that Kenya owns. Mr. Speaker, if you have a cow, and using that cow, you can be able to pay fees for your children. It makes absolute...
Order, Honorable Mbui. Honorable Kimani is in a point of order. What's out of order, Honorable Kimani?
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the honorable member to misinform this House deliberately that we are selling, deceive this House, that we are selling everything we own? Whereas if he's referring to the session paper number 2 of 2025, the partial divestiture, we are only diversifying only 15% of the shares. The rest remains owned by the government of Kenya. So when you misinform this House deliberately to just skew emotion, Honorable Speaker, I think it's very fair, and the honorable member should withdraw that particular statement that we are deceiving this House, that we are selling everything, because that is very far from the truth, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I said when you're milking a cow and use that money to be able to educate your children, it makes absolutely no sense to sell that cow. Because then, if you sell the cow and build a house, how do you pay fees after that? Mr. Speaker, I also listened very keenly to the majority leader when he spoke about this. And he was very, very categorical about the work that it will do, roads, mega dams, electricity distribution, very colorful language. But Mr. Speaker, absolutely nothing new was said by the majority leader. You know, it makes it sound like forming this fund is going to give us money, create money from thin air. That doesn't work. Money must come from somewhere. So this fund is definitely not going to have money from somewhere. Now, he also quoted the president and said, you know what, we don't want to overburden our budget to build infrastructure. We cannot continue borrowing. But then when you read the bill, you find that actually the board that they're forming is actually going to be borrowing. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just say I totally oppose this attempt at taking Kenya backwards, because I don't think there's anything positive about this. We've been building our roads. We have an international airport. It may not be excellent, but it was built when this fund wasn't there. We have highways. They were built when this fund wasn't there. We have actually dams, huge dams. They were built when this fund wasn't there. So you're pretending that suddenly with a fund we'll be having things that we didn't have before. That is not, there is nothing further from the truth. Now the purpose of this fund is to scale up and accelerate development. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just say that they say that it is going to mobilize private capital and non-traditional sources of funds, for example, pension funds. So that means NSSF is in trouble, because that is where they're going to be looking for money for. Mr. Speaker, it also means, obviously, Mr. Speaker,
the majority leader is on a point of order.
You know, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, you know my good friend Robert. My good friend Robert has invited me from my office when I listened in, Honorable Speaker, and mentioned my name in particular. So I have a right of reply, Honorable Speaker. Because he's saying that I said we are going to do infrastructure that has been done before without this fund. But if he listened to me, and he says, and I heard someone else also claim that this is another way of borrowing. It is not, Honorable Speaker. And when I listened, Honorable Speaker, and I thank God that you are on the chair, you did correct something. We were being told that, oh, what we are doing is what Ghana did. And you know, it's not even fair to discuss another country, but Ghana defaulted on their debt, on public debt, because they engaged in borrowing, the borrowing that we are moving away from. Robert, my good friend, is now saying that we have done roads before. Yes, we have done one superhighway, Thika, in 2008. We have done an expressway through a public-private partnership, what we are proposing in this bill. Honorable Speaker, somebody said that we are handing over 5 trillion shillings to an individual, and that the bill has no oversight mechanism. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, was saying on a point of order that we must restrict our debate to what is in the bill, what is provided for in the bill. Because if you read this bill, and the bill, I can...
Honorable Majority Leader, when you are on a point of order, you pick out what was out of order, which I think you have done.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, because they are saying...
Order, honorable members. Order, you are now debating. And in any case, as you put it, order. You know, I miss those old days when I was a deputy speaker and I used to throw out of this place, ministers included. So if you want me to do that, I'll gladly do that again. Yeah, you put it very well. And you've already put in yours that this is not borrowing, even if it's borrowing, creating equity and then public-private partnership, which means these are going to be companies on their own. It's not the state or the government that will be borrowing, Honorable Mbui. But nonetheless, you proceed. I'm actually putting in some of these things because unfortunately today you don't have the normal speaker. You have somebody who is also a member of a constituency. Who also wants development in this place. When you talk about development being there in every corner all these years, that was discriminated, institutionalized abuse of office by the frequent governments that were there, because they took this development only to certain areas. 80% of the country does not have development. Anyway, let's continue. I just have to butt in on this because I also have to represent the Dadaab constituency, which has never seen a tarmac road, never ever seen a mega dam or a tarmac road. Proceed, Honorable Muya. I know you come from Kadiani in Machakos, and that place is very well developed. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to confirm that it says that we will reduce reliance on public debt. Yes. And Mr. Speaker, yet I want to just point out, if you look at part 2 of the bill, which talks about the establishment and functions of the board of the fund, one of them, part 5(2)(c), is borrowing money. So, Mr. Speaker, when you say you're not borrowing, and it is there in the bill, we have read the bill, Mr. Speaker. You know, so, I mean, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just continue and say this, that, Mr. Speaker, the real purpose behind this infrastructure fund is to make sure that you evade Parliament. Mr. Speaker, how do you do that? Money that is appropriated through this house is what we distribute so that we can be able to do development, as you have said, without being skewed in a certain way. But, Mr. Speaker, there is nowhere in this bill that shows any plan that will make sure that the money being distributed through this fund will be able to reach everybody fairly. So, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no benefit for this fund. And I think it's just a way by which we want to borrow more money and have money that we can be able to use, especially going into the next election. Because I'm certain that is the purpose for which this bill is being pushed. And I'm certain members here will push it for it to go to third reading tomorrow so that we can be able to pass this for the next election. But, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that Kenyans are watching us. Kenyans are watching us and they know exactly what we are doing, and Kenyans will stop us if we don't stop ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there's a lot more problems with this bill. Now, they say that for you to qualify to serve in this as a member of the board, you have to have worked in a senior managerial position for 15 years. Mr. Speaker, that basically means that you lock out all people that are youthful in this country. For the age of, to finish the age of what we call the youth, you have to be above 35 years old. Mr. Speaker, when you finish university, you're already over 22 years old. You add 15 years, you're already over 35 years old. That means absolutely no youth will be able to serve in this. Mr. Speaker, how fair is that? That, in my opinion, is even unconstitutional. There must be a way by which people that are not beyond 35 years can be able to also participate. Not to forget, Mr. Speaker, that we are saying that you cannot be a member of, you cannot be an independent director if you have served as a member of parliament. That's also discriminatory, Mr. Speaker. How can you stop people from being able to serve in any position in this country? It is absolutely not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've seen that the CEO, the Article 15 talks about the CEO, and then 16 talks about an administrator that is supposed to be designated by the CS. Mr. Speaker, therein I just see conflict. So why would we have the two of them? Mr. Speaker, I think one of them is enough to manage this fund. Why do you have a CEO and then at the same time you have somebody designated by the CS? Obviously, that means that the CS wants to be able to run the fund. And Mr. Speaker, I think that is absolutely unacceptable. So this, Mr. Speaker, at the end of it all, if we don't put a stop to this, Mr. Speaker, I see this regime leaving this country high and dry. Because the intention, the real intention, which they don't say, is that they are attempting to borrow about 5 trillion. Mr. Speaker, if they borrow this kind of money, and you know that they'll be going home in 2027, what happens? Mr. Speaker, we are not going to take over a government and be struggling to pay loans
Speaker,
that has been...
Robert, if Honorable Robert could listen to me. You know, Honorable Speaker, there's a reason why we have committees of this House that help us to interrogate some of these bills before we debate. And Robert was here this afternoon because I was with him in the House Business Committee, so I'm certain he was here at 2:30, and he witnessed the chair table the report. And if you go through that report, Honorable Mbui, and he has a researcher paid by the public in his office, that is why I suppose he should be able to have seen from the committee's report, some of the issues he's raising are already addressed in the committee's report vis-a-vis the role of the administrator and the secretary. And the committee has actually recommended that they will be moving an amendment to make the secretary of the board or the CEO the administrator of that fund so that there is no duplication. I was just drawing that attention to Robert so that he doesn't, even the years of experience he's speaking to are issues that are already addressed. But you know, we want to debate, as I said earlier, to excite people out there without looking at what is there.
Order Kaguchia, order Ngogoyo, order on. In any case, Honorable Mbui, you can move in an amendment to these things on the floor of the House. The bill is coming before the House. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we actually don't just debate the report, we debate the bill. I'm reading the bill. So the majority leader, I think, is getting mixed up because
which you can still move an amendment. Yes.
On this floor of this House, we do not debate the report. We debate the bills.
Yes.
The report is just a proposal by the committee, which can be taken or not taken. And the amendments we cannot propose. Mr. Speaker, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, there is the issue of the remuneration of the directors in clause 13. And I think I've seen that the proposal is that guidelines will be given by the CS from time to time on the remuneration. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether this is constitutional because I would have thought that that would have been better done by SRC because then why would the CS be the one making decisions on remuneration when we already have an independent commission that deals with the salaries and remunerations. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I oppose.
The Honorable Kombe Harrison. Honorable members, you will all get time. Don't worry, Gogoyo. Naomi Wako is next, and then Kaguchi. Proceed.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nachukua nafasi hii kuunga mkono mswada huu kwa sababu ndiyo tamaa yetu ya kipekee ya kuweza kupata maendeleo katika maeneo yetu. Sehemu nyingi zimekuwa na hata tumesikia ndani ya bunge hili kwamba wabunge wengine wanaenda kunyenyekea katika kamati ya budget ili waweze kuwekewa angalau inchi 5 za lami katika maeneo yao. Hiyo ni kwa sababu ya yale makadirio tunayoyafanya wakati kwa wakati hayatoshelezi hayo mahitaji. Hapa sasa tunapata nafasi.
Honorable Kaguchia.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
The MP is
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether Honorable Kombe understands that now he says that he has been going to humble himself before the budget committee to get some projects. I do not know whether he understands that now he will have to go and humble himself before the president himself to get any project done in his constituency.
Order, Kaguchia, order. You're out of order. You're out of order. Order.
Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, naona utaniongezea dakika yangu ambayo
the issue by Honorable Kaguchia has been addressed by the chair. So proceed. Honorable Kaguchia, you are out of order.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, nimesema wengine, sijasema ni mimi. Mimi kwa upande wangu nimeweza kufaulu kupata kilomita 68 za lami, na hivi kuna 23 zingine ambazo zinaenda kukamilishwa mwisho wa mwaka huu. Lakini pamoja na hayo ningetaka tu wawe watulivu kidogo, kwa sababu kile ninachokiona hapa, nafikiri Wakenya tunastahili ama viongozi tunastahili tuwe watu wa kufikiria mbele. Kile ambacho kiongozi wa wengi bungeni hapa amekileta, mswada huu ni mswada wa kuokoa nchi, si mswada tu wa vichochoroni, ni mswada wa kuokoa nchi. Lakini kinachohofiwa, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kinachohofiwa ni kwamba haya yote yakipata kutekelezwa, hakuna vile kiongozi mwingine ataweza kumuondoa Mheshimiwa Rais Ruto mamlakani. Huyo ndio uoga ambao uko. Lakini sisi tuko hapa kufanyia kazi wananchi wa Kenya. Hatuko hapa kwa mambo ya kibinafsi. Masuala kama hayo hayastahili kabisa, na inapaswa tujiepushe na uchoyo, ulafi na ulagai ili tukaweze kuiendeleza Kenya mbele.
Do you wish to be informed by Honorable Karoli Omondi?
Wacha alete tu.
Inform him.
Bora umeelewa kile ninazungumzia.
Inform him. Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thanks to Honorable Member. I just wish to inform him that I fully agree with him and share his sentiments that we should not be kneeling to get development. The only problem with this bill is that there's no parliamentary process for approving the projects, infrastructure projects, money will be invested in. Unlike the current situation where all the budgets and the projects come to this house. So he will be thoroughly exposed this time round. That is the information that I think.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, Mheshimiwa Karoli amenipotezea wakati wangu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, huu mswada tunaujadili sasa, kisha utafika kipindi cha kwamba tukaweze kufanya marekebisho. Ndio uweke yale yako ambayo unaona yanafaa.
Endelea Bwana Kombe.
Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Muongezee dakika moja Honorable Kombe.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, mswada huu kwa hali yoyote ile, kwa hali na mali, ningewaomba wabunge wenzangu tukaweze kuunga mkono na tukaupitishe asubuhi na mapema ili kwamba maendeleo yakaweze kufika katika kila eneo bunge. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Mheshimiwa Naomi Wako. You know, the Speaker looks at so many things. He looks at regions, he looks at gender, he looks at everything. This thing has got to be balanced, so don't worry. What did he say? Yeah, Naomi is also extremely beautiful. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this bill, and I happen to come from northern part of Kenya, which is underdeveloped up to today. And I don't know how many years it will take us to catch up with the rest of this country. Honorable Speaker, all the people who are trying to oppose this bill are the people who come from the developed areas. They have roads, they have other infrastructure, and they are against this development just because they don't want the rest of us to benefit. I come from Marsabit, and today what we want is to have water. And all our problems, in fact, our main problem in Marsabit is water. And unless we get these funds, then we will not be able to get enough water to do agriculture, because even the other areas of this country can no longer depend on the rainwater. So if we can do irrigation or farming and feed some of the people that come from northern part of Kenya, that is what we are crying for today, so that we can also be like any other part of this country. When it comes to the roads, the road infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, where I come from, it is only during the time of the late Kibaki that we were able to get even the main road from here to Marsabit and beyond. When you get to Marsabit, you cannot see the feeder roads. The schools are still, in fact, some students study under trees. That is why I stand to support when some of the honorable members here are busy laughing at the challenges that some part of this country go through. I don't want to be.
You've had your time, don't waste. What is your point of order, boy?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to confirm. Several members have continuously indicated that this fund is supposed to be sorting out problems of development where there was none before. Mr. Speaker, this is not equalization fund. They need to tell us where that is.
Order. Equalization fund is 0.5%. How do you equalize
Honorable
something?
Mbui, you had your time, give me my time, so that I can also express myself. Honorable Speaker, I strongly support this bill because this bill is an innovative way to raise funds for infrastructure without imposing additional burden to Kenyans. That is what every Kenyan is looking forward to. 2 years ago, we had a lot of challenges because of taxes. But today, once we approve this bill, once we debate, and, once the president assents to this, then we will be able to avoid overtaxing Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, as I said, because the legal background of the bill says that the Constitution empowers Parliament to establish other public funds for specific purposes through an act of Parliament. And that is all we are doing today. And this bill gives effect to this Constitution provision by creating a structured, accountable frame for infrastructure financing in the county. Honorable Speaker, our country has suffered a lot. And I just want us to imagine what percentage.
Allow this lady to say something. What's your point of order? Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I'm listening to Honorable Wako, and I really respect her, but I think it would not be in order for what she is saying to go without really correcting the record. If you look at clause 23 of this bill, it says the fund shall undertake feasibility studies on investment projects to determine the commercial viability of the projects.
Order.
The word commercial is important. I come from.
Order. Proceed, Naomi Wako, proceed. Conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Again, I support this because I have read through and seen composition of the board directors, which is quite good. And the only thing that we need to correct is under qualification for appointment of the chairperson, which says 15 years. And I am sure the committee has already taken care of that. They have reduced that from 15 to 10 years, which is acceptable and will also be beneficial. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, and it is my prayer that every part of this country will be developed so that we can go to Singapore. Thank you.
Honorable Mboni, Honorable Dr. Makali, the most viable areas in this country today are the arid and semi-arid areas. Commercially, yes. Land and minerals. Proceed. This is not the days of just coffee and tea, for your information. Things have changed. Proceed. Mboni, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I think Makali is
followed
very
by
right.
Honorable Jackson. Proceed.
Yes, and I think Honorable Makali is correct what he's saying. Actually, when you look at the bill talks about funding national commercially viable projects. That's what it talks about. In highway, railway networks, airports, seaports. Because the intention of this fund, when you invest in commercially viable projects, the proceedings, the revenues from those projects are supposed to come back to the fund to fund other projects. That's the essence of this bill. So when I listen to members contributing, it's like they are waiting for this fund to fund their 20 kilometers somewhere in their constituency. This fund is not for that. If you are looking for that, look for that in the national budget. Mr. Speaker, having said that, it is very common knowledge that, before I go on, I'm a member of the Finance Committee, so I'm familiar with this. It's very common knowledge that this country is facing, it does not have borrowing space, and we also need investments. We need to invest in infrastructure. We need good roads, we need seaports, we need railways, we need good airports so that we can attract investments. That's the essence, actually, of the whole thing. Because infrastructure development opens up a country for investment. No foreign investor will come to invest where there is no good communication. No investor will invest in a factory where you cannot get adequate electricity. That's the essence of this bill. And therefore, there is a need to look for alternative sources of income. This bill proposes to mobilize funds from non-traditional sources. I mean, we have been talking about tax revenue, which, of course, up to now, we are facing what we call lava cap. You try to increase revenues, you try to increase taxes, the revenues will go down because people cannot no longer pay taxes. And therefore, we need to look for non-traditional sources, the PPPs, public-private partnership, private capital, where you can get private capital, and also, of course, utilize our domestic pensions. The privatization of Kenya pipeline and sale of Safaricom shares 15% will go into forming the seed money for this fund. That's the essence. And from there, I think government has intention to raise up to 500 billion shillings as seed money. Mr. Speaker, this bill reminds me about Vision 2030. We had projects like LAPSET projects, which were supposed to contribute 2% percentage point to the GDP. And Mr. Speaker, you know, LAPSET project is supposed to open northeastern region and increasing 2 percentage points to the GDP. That is around 300 billion to the GDP. which is a milestone in terms of development.
Jackson Kosgei, you have 3 minutes. And we will then, of course, adjourn the House.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I begin on the onset.
The chair will certainly make sure that the Honorable Oundo, followed by Honorable Ngogoyo, and Honorable Kaguchia and Makali will follow in that order when the debate comes again. We'll be the first people who will have the priority. And Wamudende and the gracious lady. Njoro constituency MP, and of course the MP for, how can I forget the MP for Nyeri Town? Madenge, you will be in that order. I think the Hansard will reflect that, and you people will get the chance.
Thank you, Mr.
As soon as the debate comes up again.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, tomorrow
Speaker.
afternoon. Proceed, Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And as I said from the onset, I support the bill. When I read this bill, it reminded me about where we began as a nation in 1965. I wish to draw the attention of the House to sessional paper number 10 of 1965, African Socialism and its Application to Planning in Kenya. It was a foundational paper that informs policy document for the independent country. And they proposed a middle path, that we should not go the west or the east. Many years later, Mr. Speaker, we discovered that all other areas in the country except the White Island areas were developing and the others were not. And the question has been, what went wrong and what did we miss in the beginning? In the year 2022, there is a man by the name Joseph Borrell. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to quote what he said. He said, Europe is a garden. We have built a garden, everything works. Most of the rest of the world is a jungle, and the jungle could invade the garden. Mr. Speaker, what did they do to build that jungle? They established a fund after World War II. They established an institution called International Bank for Reconstruction. It had two facets, where the nation raised funds, and the other one was a participation by the public-private participation. This is a case that we can look at and say, at independence, we must have missed that particular point. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Honorable members, the time being 7:06 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 4th of March, the year 2026, at 2:30 p.m.